All right, hello people from the internet. Hello everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I am ready for round two. I'm not gonna advertise where it's actually acceptable for me to do so because the last message there is in that channel is from myself, so I don't wanna appear spammy. So we're just gonna continue now. Yeah, I took a little break. I was actually watching some Evo. I watched the Schoolgirls top 8 from North America. Pretty interesting, but it really, like, online Evo is not good. I hope that they don't stick with this. I really sincerely hope that they consider this to be a success and they and they move forward with this model from now on because it was so bad. It was like so devoid of hype. I can't believe it. But yeah, we are going to be playing some Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. As I mentioned before, we are in the middle of the 0.27 tournament, and we are having a good old time with the tournament so far. It certainly has been fun, apart from the robbery that is. But yeah. So let's press release and start a game. And I don't know what I want to be playing, but I certainly know that at least I don't want to play a kobold. Anything with -2 HP is gonna be something that I won't be able to do right now. Like, you kind of need to have a cooldown on those. Um, so I think I already did Troll, Hillorc, Minotaur, and Ogre, and of course Kobold as well. Let's take a look at my score in the tournament, or at my page in the tournament. I've done Minotaur, Hillorc, Troll, Ogre, and now Kobold. And I lost the Merfolk. Yeah, Merfolk are kinda cursed sometimes. I don't know. I want to go something quick, which means strong melee character. Um, but I don't know. Like, I feel like most of these excel as mages. Like, actually, in order for you to be good as a melee character, you need to be very tanky, and good aptitudes for that. Maybe Palentonga. Even though Palentonga is not that tanky at the start of the game, they get tankier the more the game progresses until the point where they are ridiculously tanky at the end game, pretty much like Nagas are. Of course, Palentongas are significantly easier than Nagas as well. They don't have the massive downside that is not being able to run away from anything. So, we are going to start a good old Palentonger, um, not Berserker, and certainly not a Mage either. Maybe Gladiator. Have I already won a Gladiator in this tournament? No. The Merfolk that I killed was a Gladiator. Maybe I should just do another Merfolk Gladiator. I'm just gonna go for it. Merfolk Gladiator and hope that I get lucky with my drops this time to somewhat mimic what I had last game where I got dropped. And this time I'm gonna try to not get dropped. Not much that I can do about it other than not put myself in a position where it can happen in the first place. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna try to precisely do that. Look at that. If I had started a character with an affinity for bows, that would have been a pretty good start. You know, finding 44 arrows on D1 is pretty crazy. It allows you to actually use your weapon since the very start of the game. No, oh wow, it's even more arrows than that. That's like what, 73 arrows in D1? Like going into D2 with like close to 100 arrows. What's my bow's aptitude? It's -2. It's such a shame that such good arrow drops just got wasted on my character because I'm not gonna go for that on this character. I might go for the shining one, however, now that I think about it. Oh, look at that. That was nasty bolt. Strength, because I want enough strength to probably wear plate. So I want around 20 strength, I think. And then after that, I think I'm going to go for all dexterity. I don't think I'm going to go for a lot of spells on this character. And you know, thinking about it, if I'm not going to go for a lot of spells, I might also not go for extended and the Shining One 15 runes, because the Shining One's strength is really 15 runes. He is good for 3 runes. Like, he's okay. I wouldn't say that he's good. There's other gods that are better than him for 3 runes. But for 15 runes, he is the king. Like, he's actually unmatched for 15 runes. There's a lot of people that like Zin. I personally don't. I think Zin is more of a liability. The Shining One's strengths are much more obvious and evident. Hello, Max. Good to see you around. Thank you for stopping by. We're playing Crawl. Mm, gonna get out of here. Despite the fact that I am at full HP, yeah, it's 2 gnolls. One of them has a polearm, so they're kind of complicated to fight against, even if I also have a polearm myself. I'm gonna try to lure them upstairs, or at least I'm gonna try to lure one of them upstairs. I hope that the one with the polearm is not on front. It is on front. Okay, there we go. I can bring this guy up and we can fight it 1 versus 1. Now I can go downstairs and like poke down this gnoll with a polearm. I was kind of hoping for that guy to have a halberd because as I always say, it's like the first big upgrade that you can get as a merfolk. You go from your trident to your halberd, and the halberd just deals like crazy high damage compared to the trident, especially for this early in the game. Um, but it doesn't seem to be the case this time. Okay, we have a spear on the floor, which is the spear that that guy had. It's a downgrade. We don't care about that. And let's see here. Maybe I should get that scale mail. Let's see how much my evasion drops. 710 is something that I can take. Yeah, going from 413 to 710 is fine. Some gold. D3 Ice Beast. It's very hard for me to kill that. I have no resources, and it just hits way too hard for me to risk even attacking it in the first place. It's a really unlucky monster to have to fight on D3. Maybe if it was D4 or D5, or if I had already found a wand or something, the fight against that ice beast would be significantly easier. Because as it is right now, like I can kind of deal with it. Not gonna lie, I can kind of deal with it, but I need to get lucky throwing a net and having the net actually hit the ice beast, and then getting lucky with my damage output while the ice beast is netted, like being able to kill it or severely wound it, because it just hits so hard that like 2 attacks from it would kill me pretty much, and I don't know if I can kill it before it hits me twice, even with nets. So the best thing to do is to just avoid fighting it altogether, and it's a bit of experience that we are missing on. It's not a big deal. We are saving up resources for emergencies because that was not an emergency. That was just like pretty much optional. Um, and yeah, I need to be very careful with the tiles that I reveal because I don't want to stumble into the Ice Beast again. It seems that I've already explored most of the level. I'm not gonna risk exploring the rest of it, and I'm just gonna go downstairs. Blork the Orc with a glaive. On one hand, it's pretty good because a glaive is like. I wouldn't say that it's better than a halberd. Halberds are pretty good. It's kind of hard to top them, but on the other hand, they deal more damage than a halberd. That I can tell you for sure. Okay. I need Blork the Orc to be within melee range so we can throw a net. Maybe throw some poison darts. I got hit for 8 damage. It's not nice to see that that was a lot of damage. Hmm. Okay, I'm gonna walk away from Blork the Orc. It is poisoned, so it's not gonna die from the poison, unfortunately. What other resources do I have? More nets, and that's pretty much it, I think. I have some scrolls that I haven't read yet. Um, Yeah, I don't want to deal with this guy. It's just like too dangerous. On the other hand, it is a weapon upgrade that I want. Now Blork the Orc is hasted. Yeah, now that's going to start happening. Okay, I think I need to use my last net and then that and hope that the net doesn't get destroyed, which it didn't, very fortunately. I'm gonna get rid of that trident and I'm gonna use a glaive now. Um, so yeah, D4 Necrophage is bad, but it's not terrible, especially now that I have such a high damage weapon. I can just poke it and it kind of explodes. Um, It takes me a while to swing it. It's slower, much slower than what I was using before, but it's not terrible, especially this early in the game. I'm gonna train it to 14, which is the point at which I have it at 1.0 delay. I might switch to a trident if I have access to one, or not really a trident, but what's it called? A halberd. Yeah, a halberd is the perfect combination between damage and attack delay for the early game, I think. Crazy that guy had a hand crossbow. They almost never generate with hand crossbows. Hmm. Hello, Sheep and Clip. Thank you for stopping by. Good to see you around. Um, we are starting this character. We're in a bit of a tricky spot against this ogre. I took a fight that I probably shouldn't have taken. I think I could kill the ogre, but certainly not if it has any kind of support whatsoever, which it did. So I had to just run away. Okay, now I think I might be able to pick up my darts and just like ignore that guy altogether. Better to be conservative with my resources after greeting out the glaive that I currently have from Blork the Orc. Um, and I think I'm just gonna skip D4 altogether. I'll come back when I have more HP. I like my defenses right now. 10, 11 are pretty good for having done 4 levels of the dungeon. Um, okay, that's a wizard, and where there is a wizard, there is an orc band, which means priests, and priests are also pretty terrifying. Not to mention the fact that I could get confused, and there it is, the priest and the orc wizard and the confusion. I don't have curing identified. I'm gonna have to randomly drink potions to see if I find curing. We found might and flight, which are not what I want, but maybe we can. Oh, okay, the confusion wore off. I'm gonna prioritize the priest actually. Oh, the priest has a crazy good body armor that I'm going to put on. Um, yeah, I'm gonna lose some armor class, but I gained a much more important willpower to prevent myself from getting confused again, pretty much. Um, this D5 Orc Warrior. And the thing is that I'm not at full HP. I think if I was at full HP, the fight against this Orc Warrior would be significantly easier. Um, okay, might be able to make the Orc like get in the way of the Warrior. Sometimes you can do that. Doesn't seem to be happening though. I need to be kind of careful with my movement right now. I don't mind taking damage from some monsters. And yeah, that is exactly what I wanted. The Orc Warrior not to be within melee range anymore. Now I think I can just go upstairs. I think the chances of the wizards and stuff killing me is very low. Yeah, I have 2 heal wounds as well. I think I can just like tank it out if things get bad. When you said faster character, is this what you meant? On one hand, yes. It is going to be faster than a kobold. A kobold in this situation would be even more complicated than this. In fact, I probably would have died in that situation as a kobold because instead of having 44 HP, I would have like maybe 25. The difference in HP is like so bad. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. Maybe it wouldn't be 25 because I'm no Spriggan nor Cat. I would have probably more like 30 or 35 at most. Um, this is pretty bad. It's a pretty bad situation. I'm gonna have to fight the warrior. Yeah, the warrior is definitely the kind of monster that I would like to fight on my own. So what I decided to do was instead of that to try to kill the other zombie to get out of here. And we succeeded, so we can just like exclude that and probably exclude that as well. I think that's the other set of stairs that leads to there. And compared to that, the ogre is a joke, especially if we have some room um, to navigate. Okay, let's just go downstairs. And I think we can skip D5. Yeah, we can skip D5 for a bit. Also very promising OP run. It had great defenses for an OP, 7 armor class, 16 evasion, 15 shield, and 2 slaying rings. That is so bad. Slaying is not that good for an octopode in my opinion, because slaying more often than not, actually almost always, implies that you're pressing Tab, and I don't think you want to press Tab that much as a character with no defenses whatsoever. And actually, they have -1 HP, so that's also pretty bad. I'm gonna buy one of each to identify them. We have 4 teleport. Um, I have a lot of identify. I should really read it right now. We found Curing, very important. We found Haste. We found Ambrosia. I don't think we have found 3 yet. I definitely would like to find that soon. Let's keep reading. We found Blinking. Pretty much first attempt we found Blinking. That is so lucky. What do you have? Halberd and Acid Scales. That is really messed up. I don't think we can deal with her. I still don't think that I'm going to immediately die, but I need to like get out of here before things get pretty bad. Um, I wonder if I'm gonna be able to make it around the corner. Um, yeah, that's a no. No Circ. No Circ. No Circ. Yeah, no potion of Circ. I could Circ her, but it's a bit of a coin flip. Worship Hep. Hep doesn't give any immediate buffs anymore. Now it takes 1 pip of piety to get an ally from Hep. Um, so yeah, I also don't like Hep that much because of the -1 HP. I really am a fan of my HP, in case it wasn't obvious. I think Hep is not necessarily bad, but I don't like the -1 HP, and I will like try to stay away from it whenever possible. Um, yeah, just read tele. Yeah, that's what I was going to do. Read tele. Fortunately, we found a shop that offered me identified scrolls of teleport before finding Maggie. Like immediately before finding Maggie, we found teleport. That was probably a game changer for my character because otherwise, I think I would have had to use blinking, which obviously wouldn't have been so good. Um, mm, so, what do we want to go with this character? Let's see, what gods have I already won in the tournament? Beoh, Drogo, Hawaru, the Shining One, and Wujian. Um, what god indeed? Maybe Uskaya. What's my invocations? +1. Maybe I could go Makhleb again. Do I have Makhleb available? I do. Yeah, let's go Makhleb. Makhleb makes for fast characters. Sin to take advantage of the +1. I don't know if Sin lets you take advantage of the +1 for real. Yeah, I would say that Sin doesn't do anything. Like, I had a character with 27 invocations, be entombed, and use Recite and not do anything. And that is completely unacceptable, in my opinion. Like, that convinced me not to play Xin again on any character that wants to win. So yeah. Maybe I won't even play Xin in the tournament. Okay, I need to tread somewhat carefully because Maggie should be around here. Okay, that's not what I wanted to see. I wanted to get a bit more room on the ogre, but fortunately we were able to kill it either way. I don't want to keep skipping levels because I've already skipped a fair amount of them. I skipped D4, the ogre on D4, and I came back and killed it. But I also skipped a non-trivial amount of D5, and then I am on D6 against Maggie, which I don't think I can cleanly kill. Like I think it can go messy really quickly. I would like to be at least experience level 10 before fighting Maggie, just for safety. Just skip D3 because of the Ice Beast. Yeah, also that, but D3 was mostly complete by the time I skipped it, so I didn't really consider it. I would like to go back and kill the Ice Beast now that I have a bit more HP. Yeah, now I think it cannot kill me in 2 hits anymore, while I can because I got a weapon upgrade already and 14 polearms. And so now it's time for me to actually get HP. We're gonna train that to 12, and we're gonna start getting significant amounts of HP. I wouldn't be surprised if by the time I got to the lair, maybe I already had 100 HP. Maybe that's a bit too optimistic, but probably something along the lines of 90 HP. So let's go back to D3 to kill that Ice Beast. I also have some boomerangs that I can probably use to soften up the Ice Beast. Okay, yeah, it did hit me once for non-trivial damage, but we were able to kill it. What do you have? A halberd. Okay, I kinda want to get that halberd for myself. There's 2 warriors though. The 2 of them have polearms and chainmails. Yeah, we shouldn't open that. Like, I guess we can open it, but it also has a pretty decent chance of just straight up killing me. And so the correct thing to do is to not open that. Okay, what did we get? Degen. I was hoping for 3. The earlier you get a potion of 3, the more impactful it is. Fear, pretty good. Enchant armor. All right, that's pretty nice. Okay, a warrior. I'm gonna use my darts of poison to kill that warrior because it's all the way over there. The beauty of actually having a line of sight unlike a kobold, you know. That's 3 wizards. I would be significantly more scared of 3 wizards if I didn't already have willpower. Yeah, we need to. Oh, no, no. Okay, what is up with the auto depths? I feel like every level has had one auto depth monster so far. Yeah, those bees plus Harold was like, no, we are not doing this. In fact, I might even skip this level altogether just because of the existence of Harold with Killer Bee support. Harold alone is already like a pretty brutal fight for most characters. Okay, I'm just taking advantage of the fact that I am a Merfolk. Oh, there he is. You know what? Yeah, let's just... Yeah, goodbye. I have magic mapping. I'm gonna use it because I took a hatch. Better safe than sorry. Out-of-depth monsters are crazy in 0.27. Yeah, I mean, there's some people that think it's disproportionately hard compared to previous versions. I personally don't think that's the case, but I do think it's significantly harder than it used to be. It's just that it's not unbearable or only for veterans or experienced players only. As long as you play, in fact, I would say that it's actually the opposite. There's a lot of new players that jump into the community and do like extremely well in the first few games, and get like wins so quickly. Something that I would have not been able to do when I was a new player. In fact, I vividly remember that I was like, how come this game is so hard compared to NetHack? So yeah, that is a very clear example of the game actually not being hard enough that new players that actually make themselves heard in the community just like become non-incentivized to continue playing. So yeah, I think 0.27 is okay. And I kind of like some changes. I also dislike some changes, but I guess that is the nature of the development in this game. I'm not going to like everything, and it's okay that I don't like everything, because I can also like grow to like some things. NetHack is crazy hard and doesn't prevent you from killing yourself too. Yeah, NetHack is kind of the opposite of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup in a sense. Like NetHack will happily, cheerfully help you kill yourself in the most flashy way that you can think of. Mm. NetHack is pretty mean like that. Have I ever told you that before I found out? Well, I knew about Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup, but I just didn't play it as much. I played a couple of times when I first started playing the game. But before I ever won Crawl once, I had already won NetHack 27 times. I think I won 26 times online, or yeah, 26 times online and one time on offline, because I said to myself, I don't want to go online before I can actually like win the game. Um, it was like my first online interaction with like a community and stuff. I was like 14 years old when I won NetHack. It is hard, um, but it is hard in a very different way from Crawl. Like Crawl will always be hard, and will always test your skill, no matter how good you are and no matter how much experience you have with the game. Like you still get put in situations that are not trivial by any means, where you actually have to like think and play correctly to be able to win the game. And NetHack is the opposite of that. NetHack is knowing what spoilery things you can do to exploit the game in order to force it to give you a win, pretty much. At least that's what it seems like to me. I There were so many things that I could have done against this acid dragon, but I messed up. Yeah, the correct thing to do was probably to like go here, wait for the dragon to be here, and just like close the door and make a run for it, because that would give me a lot of ground on the acid dragon. And instead of that, I am here, and now the acid dragon will like shoot me a lot. Um, I think I want to maybe try to use invisibility. Yeah, that was fine. Now I can just like either choose to not fight the acid dragon, or try to kill it. But considering how I'm not at full HP, I think I would rather just like leave if I can. Oh no. Okay. Um, I might be able to lure it towards me. Yeah. Oh, come on, that's a huge roll. 29 damage from a single acid spit is unfortunate. Okay, but we get a miss and then it dies. And now, if I didn't have willpower on that, I would be wearing these acid scales because they're pretty good. Um, Less heavy than scale mail and equally protective. This level, no, this is not the level that had Harold. D7 had Harold. There are some bees on the other side of these stairs, so we're not gonna be going down those. We can't deal with bees with 7 armor class. It's just not happening. Okay, that is unfortunate. So yeah, now that we are forced to fight some bees, I might as well become a 3 and poke them with my branches. Actually, the glaive is probably going to be better than my branches as a 3, because I already have 1.0 delay on my glaive, and it just deals more damage. I am a bit surprised that these bees are just like getting past my 24 armor class so consistently. I guess I am being kind of lucky. And I'm also getting poisoned very consistently. Yeah. Kind of unlucky. Not much to do about it though. As long as these kobolds are the only thing that I have to deal with, we should be fine. Yeah, I can survive all of these kobolds with 17 HP. I think I can. I would like to make it a bit safer, so I'm just gonna drink ambrosia, and or not ambrosia, heal wounds. And as you can see, like heal wounds is crazy good this early in the game. Like it's actually insane how good heal wounds is, because the more the game progresses, the worse heal wounds gets. Like right now, it healed me for half my HP, um, and it just wouldn't do that later in the game. Oh man, two B bands in D9. It's a shame that I have had to skip so many levels in a row. Normally, you just have to skip like one or two levels. Ice Blast, yeah, you rarely made it past Castle. Then the thing about NetHack is that once you know how to beat NetHack, it's only a matter of getting to the castle. Once you get to the castle, it's like game over. Like at that point, you're going to win the game 100% if you know what you're doing. Um, like if you know what to get and or how to progress through the game before going into the Valley of the Death or whatever it was called, and like the rest of the game. Um, and by the way, I think the rest of the game in NetHack is like super tedious, and I think it's truly unfortunate because it's like NetHack is really the opposite of Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup in a lot of senses. NetHack is fun to learn, but it's not fun once you actually know how to win the game consistently because you're just like going through the same steps on characters that have different starts, but like at the end of the day, you just do the same thing with every character. Like go past the early game, then survive to the point that where you get to the castle, and when you get to the castle, just like use your wand of wishing and get a magic marker, like literally hoard every garbage item in the game that has generated so far, and sell it for money if you need money, or blank the scrolls, blank the potions, make holy water, get yourself a full gear of like rust-proof, fire-proof items, that kind of stuff. It's just like it's so tedious, and those steps that I just mentioned, you do it with every character, no matter what character it is in NetHack. You do the same thing with every character. Um, and while Crawl does have similar things that you have to do with every character, like get 3 runes and win the game, the path that you take to get 3 runes, even the runes that you have to take or that you have to get, are up to you. Like you can do whatever you want. Normally, people go for the ones that are the easiest, like the Lair runes and Bolt's 5 or Slime or Abyss sometimes. I personally don't recommend going for Abyss, but I know that some people do it. So yeah, the games are just like too different. And if it was up to me, I would say that Crawl is by a mile the better game. It like focuses on being fun instead of focusing um, on killing the player for making a typo, which is a thing that does happen in NetHack. It happens a lot. Um, we are going to train this all the way up until 15 because I have a pretty good aptitude for that. Um, Okay, and I decided to switch from my glaive to this halberd because it's going to be more accurate. It's going to swing faster, so I think it is the correct thing to do. I'm gonna buy this, and I think I might want to buy Might as well because I don't think I have any. Yeah, now I have one. All right, so Polar Vortex. This early in the game. I might want to train for that. I might want to become a spellcaster. After all, these guys have +1 ice magic. Mm, I don't know. Probably I won't do it because I want to play a fast character, and inherently, like from playing a spellcaster, like you're already doomed to be playing more slowly. Goodbye. Yeah, Erika on D10 immediately slowing me with 20% chance to do so. It's not the nicest thing. So if I can reset the fight for free, I might as well do it. Um, okay, round 2 against Erika. This time I'm going to be the one to slow her. And again. And now we should kill her super quickly, which we do. Pretty nice indeed. Um, Okay. Yep. D10 yaks are okay. They're definitely not out of depth. In fact, I would go as far as to say that they are pretty easy to kill and experience piñatas. That's the kind of thing that I want to see. On the other hand, that is the opposite to the kind of thing that I want to see. I think this thing might be too much for my character right now. Yeah. The worst part about it is that it has a shield. I should probably take advantage of the fact that it is asleep to cure it, and now the fight becomes much more favorable for me. It has cold resistance, so I'm not gonna use Ice Blast. If it didn't have cold resistance, Ice Blast would be really good because it doesn't have that much HP compared to other things that I would see a bit later in the game. Um, yeah, there we go. I think the Curer was huge. I think curing it when it was like almost guaranteed to hit it was a big deal, and that allowed me to be able to kill it. Um, Six-headed Hydra. I kind of want the loot because I see a ring. I don't think I have any rings whatsoever, so I definitely want that. On the other hand, I don't think I can deal with an Hydra. Um, Yeah, I don't have a trident. I need to go pick one up. If you're wondering why a trident, well, Hydra heads get chopped off by bladed weapons. Halberds and glaives are bladed, unfortunately, so I need to use a trident, which deals less damage to kill an Hydra, if I want to have any chance of killing an Hydra at all. Um, but yeah, yet again, I would rather postpone that as much as I can. Oh, Sonia. Paralysis, please? All right, we got the paralysis. I got a bit scared because Sonia is always a pretty dangerous fight. Not as much as a gargoyle, though. Gargoyles are also very complicated, and they don't have the weaknesses that Sonya has. Yeah, Sonya has less willpower. If I try to paralyze this gargoyle, it's probably going to have something along the lines of 28% chance to succeed, which is not very good. Um, Ice Blast, I don't think it would work that well because it has a million armor class. Yeah, it barely hurts the gargoyle. Hits the gargoyle but does no damage. You know, I'm not even going to attempt. I'm just gonna teleport. Because, oh, look at that, I'm winning. Okay, I won. That was surprising. I guess I underestimated the amount of damage that I was capable of doing. Um, okay, I think I need Cure for this troll. So what we're going to do is like pretty much slow poison kite it. Since it's a slow, I can just like keep walking away until I gain some ground on it. Eventually refresh the poison, pick up my Cure, rinse and repeat until it dies. Then drops letter, but I don't particularly mind that I don't have letter with this character because my body armor is pretty good and it's not something that I want to replace unless it's for something else that also gives me willpower. If I had to like hand pick an item for myself right now, if I could just generate it out of thin air, it would probably be some Quicksilver scales. They're gonna be, or they would be fantastic for a large amount of the game. Not for all of the game, of course, because at the end of the day you cannot enchant them, but but they're pretty good nonetheless. They offer very good protection for the early game. They're very light, and willpower is also like a big deal. Um, okay. I have so many items that I have yet to identify, and very little identify. I have like a couple of scrolls on a shop. I have like four. Um, but if possible, I would like to not have to spend any money buying Identify. Because you know how it is with Identify. It is like the greatest thing in the world until it stops being useful at all. Oh, I forgot that I was a Merfolk. Yeah. You know, so little species can swim through water that you kind of just like start seeing water as walls at some point. And I was certainly doing that there. Okay, full HP. I would like to maybe try to kill that electric eel. Of course, for obvious reasons. It's kind of a dangerous thing to do. Oh, unless I one-shot it. Okay, I'm not gonna complain about one-shotting an eel. And two-shotting another one. I think that entrance to Orc has I think the entrance to Orc has a couple of wizards or something. That normally you wouldn't be able to kill unless you had ranged attacks, but since I am a Merfolk, I can kill very easily. Might be a nice feature for web tiles if water look different when you're flying Merfolk or large. Yeah, large characters like trolls and noggers cannot go through deep water, but they can attack in shallow water without fumbling. So there is an advantage when it comes to water and being big, you know. Something that a lot of people may not know about because like normally you are kind of conditioned by the game to not be standing in water. And it's not particularly good for them to be in water, but it's also not as bad as it would be for a regular sized species that is just gonna get absolutely destroyed if it stands on water. All right, I think we can go down to deep 12. D12 Cyclops. It's not so out of depth. I've survived situations with D6 or D7 Cyclops. Yeah, D7 Cyclopes. So we can certainly deal with that guy, especially with 22 evasion. We should get hit like maybe once. Okay. Of course, we still want to take the fights as advantageously for us as possible, like as little monsters in line of sight, and one monster in melee range, if any. You do D12 pre-lair? Yeah, I like to do D12 pre-lair. It might be a bit dangerous because there's always like the chance of getting shafted to D15. Oh, okay. Fortunately, this time we did get shafted, but it was all the way to D13, so not as bad as D15. Oh, I got marked. Okay, that's also pretty bad. Let's not be marked. Okay. Fingers crossed for no more shafting of this character. I already got shafted enough with my previous Merfolk. Oh, look at that. That is D12 Rupert. Pretty much the earliest at which it can generate. We are going to immediately read a scroll of teleport so that if we get paralyzed, which we almost got paralyzed, or confused, both of them are pretty bad, we don't have to stay there until we get killed by Rupert. And now that we know that D12 belongs to Rupert, like D12 is Rupert's level, we are no longer going to be here. I'm just gonna get out of here pretty much as soon as I can. Yeah, now we can probably go to Lair. And yes, I suspected by the time I got to Lair, 95 HP, so not quite 90, but also not quite 100. For Headed Hydra, we're gonna exclude that. Yeah, whenever possible, I'm just gonna try to not fight Hydras in general. I mentioned it before on my previous Merfolk, but Hydras are kinda your enemy if your main defensive option is evasion, because Hydra head attacks just like check your evasion several times per attack. Which is really bad, unlike them checking your armor class several times per attack, which is really good. That's why characters that have good amounts of armor class don't have to fear Hydras as much, nearly as much as characters like the one that I currently have that has 8 armor class and 23 evasion. Okay, get over here. Yeah, the Komodo Dragon hurts a lot, but fortunately we were able to kill it. It only hit me once. And I guess now it's the time for me to face my fears and deal with the Hydra. Okay. Right. I feel like I'm going to explode. Okay, I didn't explode. Do you have a non-bladed polearm in case? I do. I have a trident that I picked up specifically for the purpose of killing hydras. Um, so I think I'm gonna train invocations to make use of Makhleb invocations. We're gonna train it to 12. I think after that we're also going to train like 12 evocations. I think I want to get dexterity with this character. We are definitely not going to go all the way up to gold scales. And I with 20, like I have 20 strength. I think that's good enough um, for my character. Ring of Wizardry as the first, or not really for the first ring we find, the second one, but the first one is like nearly useless. It's a Ring of Fire. Um, so in case you don't know what a Ring of Fire is, it gives you an enhancer to fire magic, makes your fire magic be more powerful, therefore more damage and more accuracy. You know, all the things that come bundled with more spell power. But it also gives you a weakness to cold and fire resistance. It can be good. More often than not, it's not something that you want to be wearing at all. Even if you're using fire magic, because the weakness to cold is that bad. Especially considering how the monsters that can deal like the most damage, elemental damage, when they attack you, they're the monsters that deal cold damage, like white ugly things, ice beasts. There is monsters that deal cold damage with their melee all throughout the game. Like throughout the entirety of the game, you're gonna be seeing monsters like that. So yeah, you don't want to deal with them. You found one on the one with a mummy fire elementalist. That's one of the very few occasions where I would actually wear it, because you're already weak to fire. Being double weak to fire actually doesn't increase the damage that you deal even more than it would with only one pip of weakness to fire. Um, so yeah, I would just use that. But that's a very unique case, of course, being a mummy. Hmm, okay. Yeah, these cure darts are gonna be of great help when it comes to killing death yaks. For the regular jacks, I think I can just like kill them with no with not a lot of issues. How of a good of a chance they have of hitting me? 30%. I guess I've been getting kind of lucky because they haven't really been hitting me that much, and when they do hit me, they don't hit me that hard. Um, okay. I think I'm gonna take this hatch upstairs, um, so I can maneuver the Hydra into that shaft. Goodbye. All right, that's a good way to get rid of an Hydra. Did you train throwing at all? I have not done that, but I think I will train throwing very soon. The only throwing that I have is the one that I start with because I am a gladiator. Gladiators start with a bit of throwing, but I certainly do want my throwing. I think I'm gonna get 16 throwing with this character, and I think I'm just gonna go for like Demon Trident when I eventually get one. I am almost guaranteed to get one, but it's not gonna be. I guess I am at the mercy of the RNG when it comes to figuring out when I'm going to get the Demon Trident. I just know that it will most likely happen. Hell Knights have them very often. Depending on the ending that I get in Lair and Orc, I might get a Demon Trident from there. One of them might generate from the floor or from acquirement or in a shop. All three of those things are relatively unlikely, but they might happen. But the more the game progresses and the more I see monsters, the more likely I am to get a Demon Trident. And if I get shows, I almost have a couple of them guaranteed because impalers have a pretty good chance of generating with demon tridents. I'm gonna drink a potion of three. No, it's only four-headed. I think I'm gonna tab it. Let's see, minor destruction. Hmm. Yeah, if it was more than four-headed, I would drink a potion of three. But since it only gets four attacks per turn, we should be okay. It's unfortunate that these Komodo dragons snuck up on us after we were done fighting the Hydra, because we took a lot of damage from that Hydra. Oh man, cane toads so far have been like the most damaging thing here. Um, Komodo dragons, death yaks, those are a joke. But cane toads, like since they're fast, they actually get more attacks than I do against them, and therefore they poison me much more. And like it's very hard for me to deal with them. And eels, you know what we do to eels? We exclude them as if they were Oklov plants. Yeah, I wish you could just like treat them like Oklov plants because that's pretty much what they are. They are like more of more of an environmental hazard and less of an enemy. The best way to deal with an eel is to not see the eel at all. And you could say the same about some other enemies in this game. But the thing is that eels are just annoying. They are enemies that prevent you from auto traveling unless you do what I just did to that eel, which is exclude all the tiles where it could possibly stand in. And that is not great in my opinion, and a good reason to remove them from the game altogether. Ah, look at that. 4 cane toads. We almost died against one. So seeing 4 means that we have to teleport and skip the level. You've got Wand of Flame, don't you? Yeah, I guess I could use that. It's not something that I'm too used to doing, but it's probably the correct thing to do. This is obviously like a swamp bolt, swamp worms, tyrant leeches, scrolls of fear, going upstairs. Um, so yeah, we need to skip this level. We need to skip this level right now. I only have one magic mapping though. I'm not too keen on using it to skip the level when I can just like carefully manually map. It's not like essential for me to know where the downstairs are immediately, so I'm just gonna manually map until I find them. Be conservative with my resources. Okay, that's Josephine. We can kill her, but we would rather have her not be poison resistant. She happened to generate with a potion of resistance, which she used immediately. So I'm just gonna wait out the potion of resistance and try to find the other downstairs in the meantime. And of course, if there is a single cane toad, we might be able to kill it, and we succeeded. Ah, it's this bolt, the bolt that kills new players, because that is not particularly survivable. Um, yeah, it used to be much worse, or it might be a different variation of this bolt. But that swamp worm bolt had a million sod traps, so the swamp worms pulled you into the sod traps instead of whatever they do now. Um, I set 12 invocations. I think I want a Lesser Serpent. Lesser Serpent, people say that it's pretty good, and I guess I have to agree. Oh, come on, did it get destroyed by the... Okay, that's ridiculous. Cane toads are a bit absurd if you think about it. 26 damage, and it's fast. It doesn't have that much HP. I might be able to kill it with 0 evocation size blast, which we do succeed at doing. But yeah, I still want to find another set of downstairs because I'm not too happy about going downstairs into Josephine and her band. I'm just gonna get slowed and probably put into a very bad situation very quickly. Bring back Spiny Frog. You know why Spiny Frog was removed? It was removed because of the spiny mutation that demon spawn get. So it was kind of nonsensical that spiny frogs didn't have spines, while other monsters like porcupines back in the day did. Now porcupines also don't exist anymore, and I don't even know if demon spawn can get the spiny mutations still. Yeah, that's something that I always thought of myself. Like, why is it called spiny frog if if it doesn't have spines? Kind of a funny thing. So yeah, what do we want to train now? Evocations. Yes, I have a tin of tremor stones, which I haven't trained, but I definitely want to train. So 12 of that, and after that, we are going to be training a lot of throwing. In fact, I should probably quiver these boomerangs. So I can soften up some of these monsters. Especially when it comes to the cane toads, it might be a good idea to soften them up before things get truly nasty. It's almost death, such as I am. Yeah, just the same as I am. That's what I meant. So we might be able to kill it like that. You regain 3 HP. Okay, very carefully. Oh, you know what? You're also almost dead. Might as well kill you the same way. And now we can go upstairs. And what you're seeing right now is what happens when a character doesn't have a lot of armor class. Sometimes you get lucky and the monsters barely hit you. Sometimes you get unlucky and the monsters just decide to go to town on you, ignoring your evasion at all. It of course does help if you're not fighting monsters that are faster than you, such as these death yaks, especially when you can slow them with Cure. But yeah, fighting more than one monster at the same time for this character is not going to be particularly viable. And I definitely need to take care to not do that. Lesser Servant. Okay, another Inoxinul. Fingers crossed for this Inoxinul actually doing something. Yeah, it used Iron Shot, but that was not enough. Oh man, that is not good. One of them is death. One of them is at full, and the 3 of them are at full HP. Actually, that's really bad. So Major Destruction, I know that it can give you explosions. I wish it could not hurt you because I would definitely like to use some Major Destruction right now against these 3 guys in a queue. And I know there's like a pretty good chance of them of just getting like a bolt spell would be the ideal thing. But I'm going to get Orb of Electrocution or Fireball or something crazy, and I'm going to explode myself along them. And yeah, we don't want that. I could also use Acid if I had it, but I don't. So we're going to use Ice Blast again, I guess. That gets rid of the Death Yak. Now I think I might be able to use Major Destruction right here. We get Bolt of Draining. That deals decent damage. I wish I had Digging. Digging definitely would do the trick right about now. So what I think I could do is, well, there's actually like a fair amount of things that I can do. I can blink, well, not really blink. Blinking, despite the fact that I have more blinking than teleport, I still think of blinking as almost infinitely more valuable than teleport. So I could teleport, I could fear, I could use a potion of 3 to give myself a lot of armor class to be able to fight these guys, and then use Teen of Tremor Stones to deal a lot of damage to them. I could also summon another ally. And I think that's probably not a terrible idea. What's up with Makhleb and the Inoxi Mules today? Yeah, we've been getting a lot of them already. Let's see if we can use a Phantom Mirror to get a friendly Death Yak. We, of course, succeed. It's not like a thing that you can fail at, pretty much. That is unfortunate. Okay, they're pretty hurt. So I'm going to use Ice Blast yet again to finish them off or to greatly soften them up. Moderately wounded, severely wounded. I think I want to use a potion of 3 to not explode against these guys. That gives me good armor class. It also takes away my evasion, but the armor class combined with the extra HP made it so that I could survive that fight in a much more convenient position for me. So we are going to throw some boomerangs at this Hydra. Maybe I should use Minor Destruction actually. Okay, we get Acid, Stone Arrow. Okay. It is yet again almost death and next to me, so might as well go with Ice Blast. That always works, or at least it has worked well for me so far. Oh yeah, these things are actually slow, so you can kind of run away from them for free. They have a lot of evasion for something like that. I would think that they would be they would be not so evasive, but I guess they are pretty evasive, and they're pretty hard to fight against. Unfortunately, I want to hit them with Curer to be able to slow, or I want to hit it with Curer to be able to slow it, and then be able to tab it much more conveniently and be able to stack up the damage and the poison and everything. But it just keeps missing. Okay, this is obviously lame, but I will take lame against something that is supposed to be a mid-tier enemy of a Lair branch that just happened to spawn in Lair 3. Alright, we got rid of it. Talking about that kind of things, when Will-O-Wisps were new to the game, um, there was a there was a brief period of time in Kroll's Trunk history where they actually generated in Lair because they replaced another kind of monster that was kind of removed from the game. Like insubstantial wisps, they were not particularly too dangerous and they were extremely tanky and resistant. So they were like just a minor annoyance for Lair characters, and they were pretty much never going to kill anyone. But Will-O-Wisps, on the other hand, are real threats. They deal a lot of fire damage. They just like and they're spellcasters too, so you cannot just run away from them, which makes them extremely dangerous for this point in the game. Um, Tyrant Leeches aren't myth tier anymore. New Swamp is no joke. Yeah, everything in New Swamp is myth tier if you think about it. Like every monster in New Swamp can destroy you. Except maybe for swamp drakes and swamp worms, but they are more like utility support kind of enemies than actually enemies that will hit you for a million damage and kill you. Um, so yeah, like tyrant leeches can be pretty bad. Bonjeeps obviously terrifying. Um, Same goes for like even nidras which are kind of like the lowest tier enemy in swamp are quite scary for some characters, including my character. So fingers crossed for finding a way to of dealing with hydras. Yeah, always a good idea to check for statue form because it might become the thing that this character uses to not die to hydras. I guess it's time for me to use net. Yeah, net the hydra. In case you don't know, for some reason you can net hydras. I think it shouldn't be the case. I definitely think that hydras shouldn't be nettable, but they are, so might as well take advantage of that. You like new swamp strong enemies, but not too many. Feels pretty distinct from other branches. Yeah, the thing, New Swamp is brutal. I think New Swamp is pretty hard, actually. And the reason why I say that is because New Swamp has like one type of enemy that checks anything, you know? Or like one type of enemy for every resistance that you could possibly have. So very likely, or it's very likely that you will be lacking something by the time you enter Swamp. Like there's cane toad or not cane toads but Goliath frogs. They acid damage, fire damage, will-o-wisps, cold damage, bug bodies, willpower, friend strider witches, poison damage, swamp dragons and swamp drakes, and just a straight up armor class, hydras. So yeah, like it has one. Maybe it doesn't have resistance to electricity. Actually, I guess it has to have something. Yeah, all the other branches have monsters that deal electricity damage, except for swamp. Maybe shoals either. But I don't know if shock serpents can spawn in shoals. Probably not. Shoals is already pretty hard for different reasons. Um, Oh, Spin Dart. Hello, thank you for stopping by. I recently did a Kobold Brigand, so yeah, you kind of missed it. I started it on Friday. I didn't finish it on Saturday, but I finished it earlier today. So if you want to check the video on demand for that, since you've been asking for a Kobold Brigand for so long, you might want to do that. Swamp is still prime Nicola territory. Yeah, if you have Nicola in Swamp, you should leave. Um, Hmm. We are going to read fear. All right. And now we're gonna walk towards the stairs. We're gonna go upstairs. And it's going to work. We have a Rhyme Drake, and we don't have a Ring of Cold Resistance. We have a Ring of Fire, which is kind of the opposite. I might be able to charm it. Yeah, that's a decent chance to charm it. Maybe we can also paralyze instead of charming it. That's just like a cleaner way to get rid of the enemy instead of having to find another enemy to make it fight against, and then maybe it just like becomes uncharmed by the time I find another enemy. It's just like not ideal. If it's 1 versus 1, paralysis is the way to go. Okay, six-headed Hydra. What's your chance of getting hexed by these? 35%, huh? Well, that's not something that we want to see. I think I'm gonna use Lesser Servant of Makhleb. We got a Necosec, so we should be able to kill the Hydra with help of the Necosec. We can tank the Hydra a bit. Maybe one of these Necosec will summon. It has summon. Oh, never mind. It doesn't summon anything anymore. I think it used to. I'm pretty sure it used to. Malmutate and Brain Feed. Pretty sure it used to summon minor demons or something. But it doesn't seem to do that anymore. I wonder when that got removed. Okay, it's a pretty garbage ally to have, actually. The Hydra kind of roughed me up a lot. We got unlucky. 27 damage 2 times in a row. I guess that's kind of what happens when you don't have armor class. And yeah, I thought that this was going to be a bit faster. It's obviously not been the case so far. I think I'm gonna be able to lure the Hydra into that teleport trap, and then I'm gonna be able to teleport it away from me. Hydras regenerate, so it's going to be healing faster than I am. So if I'm not able to kill it just in one go, I shouldn't even attempt to kill it at all. Can you please step on the trap? It didn't. It like actually sidestepped the trap. That's crazy. Used to summon demons, a lot more annoying now because higher chance for mutate. Yeah, and less of a chance to actually block its own line of fire with its own summons, which is a thing that the Inoxin will do. So that is kind of unfortunate. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to go upstairs into that, into these set of stairs. It appears that they have already been explored, so okay, yeah. I got fortunate. There were no enemies on this side of the stairs. So I guess it's time for me to throw some boomerangs. It didn't work. Oh, these Hydras. If only I had more armor class. Because I think the thing is that I have the damage output to be able to kill them, and I also have the proper weapon to be able to do so with the +1 trident. It's a good enough weapon to kill Hydras for sure. The thing is that I don't have the resiliency. If an Hydra decides that it's going to kill me, it's probably going to kill me. There's not much that I can do about it. Were Nergal summons nerfed? Because I'm pretty sure Nergal used to summon warlords and stuff. It doesn't seem to. She doesn't seem to do it anymore. Okay. Do you have cold resistance? No, you only have immunity to negative energy. So we are gonna do the age-old strategy of Ice Blast. And now we have to deal with these raids, which are cold resistant because they're on death. Go grab plate. You can swap on stairs easy enough. Yeah, okay. So I was wearing this leather armor because of the willpower. Like I kinda am allergic to walking around without willpower. But at this stage of the game, like against these enemies, like I don't need willpower that badly. So I think I'm gonna do that most likely. I think we are going to drink a potion of 3 here. Yeah, they were going to slow me. There was like no avoiding that. There were like 2 options. Either teleport or just like drink potion of 3 and stand here and fight. I figure that Thanks to Potion of 3, I might be able to kill them. Wow, it lasted like no time at all. That's crazy. Um, and it also happens to be a pretty bad thing. Oh man, if I had Irradiate, I know that it's just that Irradiate would just like resolve this situation so cleanly. I would just press the Irradiate button twice, and then I would win the fight. But I don't have that, unfortunately. Um, I cannot fear these guys because their rates are undead, and undead are immune to fear. So that is a bit of an issue. I have to identify that I probably should have read before, and I have a million scrolls, some of which are probably going to be holy worth or something along those lines that would have been useful for this fight, but it's a bit too late for that now. Okay. Drinking heal wounds there, I think, was the correct choice because I was hoping for my evasion to help me not take damage, and since it did let me do precisely that, I gained a fair amount of HP. Not bad at all. I'm thinking about Tino Tremor Stones. Okay, let's do it. Ouch. That hurt. But I also killed one of those raids and the other one is almost dead. So it definitely served its purpose because now I can just do that and win the fight. Um, Pretty good. There's still one more. Um, Josephine's band is pretty dangerous. It's actually, I would say, more dangerous than Josephine herself because of the slow. The slow means that you cannot run away, and they support Josephine pretty well because if you cannot run away, Josephine can just like bolt of um, a bolt of draining you until you die. Yeah, talking about dying, I don't like Spider, especially not on a character like this. I wanted Shoals. Yeah, and between Snake and Spider, both of them are pretty bad. I would rather just not do that. But if I had gotten Shoals, I would have done Shoals first for the possibility of the Demon Trident, which is a significant weapon upgrade. We are going to read Fear. Fear. I think I need to read Fear because of wow, they got in unfeared immediately. Um, Maybe Charm the Jumping Spider. Oh, the Wolf Spider dies. That is crazy. Um, what happens if I do this? Oh, you use Summon Lesser Servant to lost less than I do. Yeah, I should. I've actually like felt that I've used it a lot, believe it or not, in this playthrough. I just don't use it normally because Makhleb is or used to be a very powerful god that didn't really require you to use invocations at all. That's how powerful the heal on kill used to be. But with that being nerfed as badly as it got nerfed, you kind of have to use the whole thing now. There's nothing wrong with that. I actually kind of like that you get to use the entirety of Maklev's kit. I just wish that the heal and kills hadn't been nerfed so bad. Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty bad nerf. I'm not a fan of getting into bad situations every fight. I don't like that. So I think I'm gonna take off my leather armor and wear better body armor. Okay, these demons are definitely gonna be able to get rid of all of those snakes, or they should be able to, at least. Alrighty. Um, I think I need to get body armor. Also, that might be a bolt. Based on the monster generation, it might be a bolt. I think there's a bolt that places a Curer Whip. The one Curer Whip that can generate actually, and I definitely could use it. Okay, yeah, we need to wear better armor. I can't go any longer with that weak defense. Okay, that was a bit better. Oh, never mind. It was no bolt. It was just like a random generation and a robe. I don't know. This looks like a bolt to me. Looks like oddly symmetrical. Looks like something that someone could have made. Um, okay, yeah, switching into this body armor turned out to be the correct choice. At least until I start seeing monsters that check willpower again. But yeah, when it comes to yaks, I should be able to kill them, even if it's like a bunch of them. Wolves as well, however, make me want to go to a choke point, and it was the correct thing to do. Oh, a Necromancer. It's a sleep, however, so I need to. I am just going to exclude that actually. We don't want to deal with no Necromancer. What gives me my resistance to corrosion? Oh, acid scales, of course. Let me drop this kite shield. I don't need it anymore. When the time comes for me to start using a shield, I am going to be using the kite shield of cold resistance, obviously. It is a god tier item, actually. Any branded kite shield is automatically fantastic. Mm, let's get a summon. Alrighty, that went well. So yeah, I definitely am not a fan of juggling weapons. That is really not something that I greatly enjoy in this game. But when you have to do it, you kind of have to do it. I would like to just be able to use the halberd for everything, but you cannot use it against Hydras unless you want to give them 20 hits and have them one-shot you out of nowhere. You're always so surprised there is no brand armor scroll. It might like be a thing that gets added to the game soon. Yeah, when when the running brand was removed from the game, someone made mention of the possibility of a scroll of brand armor existing. So yeah, um, I wouldn't discard that possibility. Torpor Snail plus Hydra is a very nasty combination. Like you should immediately leave if you see that, which I did. Fingers crossed for my liberal use of teleport being too um, not being too bad. I'm hoping that I don't get punished for doing it so much. Let's see, where's my lesser minor destruction? That's what I want. All right, that Hydra should be well, that Hydra is pretty much dead. We don't care about that Hydra anymore now that it's not in my screen, and we can focus on killing the enemies that are significantly easier to kill than the Hydra. I think I might want to skip the level because of the Torpor Snail plus Hydra thing. Hopefully I've already like split them apart and I only have to deal with one or the other at the same time. The Torpor Snail, as you can see, it's not that much of a threat. The Hydra is much more intimidating. Okay, we get corrosion on the Hydra, that is huge, because it means that it deals significantly less damage. I'm pretty sure it also decreases damage for monsters as it does for the players, but it doesn't stack, unfortunately. For players it can stack pretty much indefinitely until you die. For monsters you can only do it once, but it is more powerful when you do get the negative status effect on the monsters. Mm. 12 vocations. So now we have hmm, I am thinking about what I want to train next. I could get minimum delay on the halberd, and I think that's probably the correct thing to do because I'm using the halberd a lot. Um, so I don't mind going a bit over what I would normally train because it's gonna take a while for me to get that demon trident unless I get lucky in this bolt. Oh, look at that, Kirky, a good reason to have willpower. I wish I could equip willpower at will, but I need to be prepared. Okay, let's get rid of the hawks. Um, hmm, let's go upstairs. Where these? And now we should be able to kill Kirky. All right. Where's my Curer? I'm gonna use my Curer for Kirky. Mm, no idea. Oh, there she is. Get over here. Okay, we managed to cure her. Might as well throw in a net to um, just for just for extra safety. Okay, we lost the net, but we didn't lose the Curer, and I think the Curer is more important than the net. Um, have you ever noticed how rare nets are in this game? Not a lot of monsters generate with nets, and not a lot of nets generate on the floor. I wonder if that's by design, because nets are too powerful or whatever. Paralysis? 75% and you resist 2 times in a row? That's crazy. Monsters in SOT have, or monsters in SOT resist less than that. Hmm. Okay. I cannot help but feel that I've already gotten a million Nitras in this lair, and yeah, sometimes you just not do anything to the Hydra and it explodes you instead. I wonder if I'm faster than the Hydra when swimming. I actually don't know for sure. All right, that went fine. Um, I kind of want to do the ending of Lair. I got that ending with the dire elephants. Just because it usually has crazy good loot. I guess the new endings actually let you see what you would get if you were to clear it. So I might as well do that right now. So that way I will be able to know if it's actually worth it to even attempt to clear it. Oh, look at that! A couple of jellies at the door. That's funny. Some gold and potion of curing. Well, at least from there I don't see anything that I want. But there is more. Oh, wrong door, unfortunately. That's how it always feels. Games you can beat Hydras easily, they aren't there. Then you play Troll Fighter and it's all. And then you play Troll Fighter and it's all Hydras. Yeah. And it definitely doesn't feel good. Oh, this has to be the Necromancer, right? Yet again, I haven't read the Scrolls of Identify. I really need to do that. Um, I'm going to try to remember doing it before this or before I'm done with this fight. I still have willpower and I got agony. That's not good. I'm gonna try fearing. It should have worked. Yeah, let's just not do that. That seems much more dangerous than anything I've done so far. What is this? 7 poison darts. I don't care about those. So we are going to go do orc. And I'll come back for those things later. Yeah, in orc I will most likely be able to kill pretty much anything that I find. Like the warriors are not even a big deal anymore. Knights, however, will be complicated, but I can kill them one-on-one with Curer. Curer is really powerful. Okay, I have a lot of money. I am a bit excited for the shops. The shops in Orc are normally underwhelming, or at least that's what I've noticed so far. Sometimes, however, you get crazy good items. For example, in my previous character, the item that won me the game actually generated in Orc. I got Wyrmbane here. It was 2600 gold. So obviously it took me quite a while to be able to actually buy it and use it. Did you read scrolls? I did not. I'm going to do that right now. I always forget for some reason. Unfortunately, I only have two and a couple more that I can buy, and I think I want to buy them right now actually before continuing. No, I wanted Snork to stay or to stand on the trap. Now we are in a bit of a complicated situation that I pretty much got myself into. That was my bad. I don't think I explode next turn, but it is going to attack me at least once if I walk away from it. Oh, never mind. It was this turn. This next following turn, it will attack me once. Oh, look at that. It's actually walking away from me for some reason. That is perfect because it allows me to cure it. Oh, come on, it missed twice. Okay. Um, I'm gonna blink. I'm gonna. I have so many of them, but what if this is the only blinking that I have in the entirety of the game? Oh man, I don't wanna be too greedy with blinking, obviously, but I also don't wanna be too liberal. Um, Maybe I can make a run for the shaft trap, and maybe we can make Snork step on it. But the thing is, are we tanky enough to be able to do that? 32% chance to hit me. Um, I think we might be tanky enough. Okay, we get a miss. Perfect. Ah, man. Ooh, well, that is an issue for tomorrow's me, I guess. Now let's go find the identify. Why do you not know how to get there? Did I get shafted or something and I never went back up or something? Oh, I did. Oh, never mind. I didn't get shafted, but I did skip this level because this level was full of Herald. So yeah, I find it a bit crazy how many nasty things have generated in this game for me. Like here I was wanting a 4-hour game or less if possible. Like I wanted to go quick and nope, nope, it didn't happen. I got absolutely destroyed in the early game. Well, not really. It hasn't been that bad, but it has indeed forced me to play much more slowly than I would have preferred to be playing. Um, and yeah, I'm only playing slowly because my objective is to win at the end of the day. I don't particularly mind playing slowly if I get the win. I just want to like minimize the amount of time it takes me to get a win. That's what I meant. So yeah, slowly and slow and steady wins the race, I guess. Or I guess if you can be fast and steady, you can also win the race, as Yermak exemplifies. But I am no Yermak. I am not that good. Okay, there he is, Harold. We should be able to kill with Cure. We can also use major destruction actually. We get acid, it misses. Thunderbolt hits for a lot of damage. Draining for a lot of damage. One more time. Lightning bolt. And I think that's gonna be it. I think I wanna finish off the job with some ice blast. There we go. Ah, he threw a net at me. What a nasty human. But now I have a net myself. Not bad. Not bad at all. And we can go back. Oh, look at that. This level had Maggie. That's right. Um, do I have a Ring of Fire? Okay, I think I do. Yes, we have a Ring of Fire that we can use against Maggie. Um, so time for me to read Identify. Did I not buy them? Oh, they are on the floor. Um, one of these is probably Acquirement. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Okay, that's it for my Identify. I still haven't found Silence, Holy Worth, um, and from the really good scrolls, that's pretty much what I haven't found. Um, let's take a look at what scrolls I haven't identified yet, actually. Okay, there's 5 that I have not identified. Acquirement, Fog, Holy Word, Silence, and Vulnerability. And since I have 4 unidentified scrolls in my inventory, logic would dictate that the one I don't have is the rarest one, which is Acquirement, right? So I'm not going to read them. I'm going to wait until I have identified to be able to identify them, because in case they are not Acquirement, they're like pretty good items that I don't want to be wasting. Especially when I only have one of each of each of them, and I'm doing bad, and I could use the acquirement boost, but I don't need it. I'm not like I need a power spike right now, or it's just a game over, right? So let's just continue to postpone it, and let's go do orc. Oh, never mind. Let's go. Nah, let's just go do orc. I'll kill Maggie once I'm done here. Saving acquirement. Yeah, if there is if I knew there was acquirement, I would read acquirement, but I don't know, unfortunately. Mm, okay, the two-headed ogre makes me nervous. Um, Probably should wear the plate. 17-14 in defenses are pretty respectable. Actually, they kind of make me want to fight the two-headed ogre. I feel like I might be able to. Oh, never mind. I kind of exploded all of a sudden. Let's see, any traps that I can jump into or make the guys jump into? Doesn't seem to be the case. Um, Maybe I can use my trusty darts of Curer. Here we go. We get the slow on the two-head ogre. Now we can just kill it very easily. Alrighty. You'd rather have willpower in Orc. Of course, me too. Because if you don't have willpower, you just die. But considering what we are fighting, like two-head ogres, I'd rather have armor class for two-head ogres specifically. Once we're done with them, we can go back to the willpower. Unfortunately, I still do not have a willpower ring. And it seems that this ending is going to have a lot of ogres, based on what we have seen so far. A bunch of ogres and two-headed ogres. Fortunately, no mages, which are the real nasty enemies. I got 6 pips of piety with Makhleb. Did I get something from reaching 6 pips of piety? I don't think so. No, I didn't get anything. Um, all right. Yeah, I thought that maybe Makhleb had gotten a new ability ever since the last time I played it, but it's not really a possible. Oh, this ending sucks. I greatly dislike that ending because it pretty much always has Etins behind doors, and yeah, that's not nice. That's not nice because you're gonna be next to the Etin. Ooh, Halberd the Protection is a significant power increase for me. Or I guess it's not that significant, but it is pretty good, especially considering that I have 9 evasion or 9 armor class. Goodbye, let's drop this and let's pick this up. Just summon some minor demons and open it. Yeah, but what I mean is that the bolt doesn't immediately have the Etins. The Etins will be behind. Like, look at this. Look at how it's made. Like, it has a million doors. What I know is that behind some of these, there's gonna be Etins, and yeah, that sucks. I guess I might be able to. Um, I might be able to cure them and then run away, but still, it's not nice. 16% chance to paralyze is pretty bad. Let's see if Tin of Tremor Stones deals a lot of damage. Okay, that killed everything except for the Orc Knight, but we can't deal with it with Kirer. As I mentioned earlier, I do not fear them if they are alone, but with any kind of support whatsoever, they become significantly more complicated to deal with. Armor Emporium could be promising. What I want is weapons, because I want a Demon Trident, but let's see what we get. For a second, I was so excited for that helmet. Willpower, resistance to corrosion, 3 intelligence, 3 fantastic properties, slay -3. That's a deal breaker. We cannot do that. On the other hand, we have chainmail with willpower, -4 strength is pretty bad, but 3 slaying is pretty good, and it compensates for the -4 strength while also giving me poison resistance and willpower, 2 properties that I will need. I think I'm gonna buy this right now because it also gives me like much better armor class than what I currently have. So we can get rid of this and this forever, and also a bit of this, and we can wear this. Yeah, and we lose some strength, but 17, 15 defenses are much better than what I had before. Not bad at all, not bad at all. And I am still rolling the die, waiting for the Etin. Dexterity, Jewelry Shop. Ooh, that's a juicy one. 7 intelligence, 5 slaying, 4 evasion. Definitely something that I want to wear for a while. I don't have enough money to buy it, but soon. Assuming that I don't find anything better, that is. I'm still waiting for the Etin. It's gonna happen any second now. Still, oh, now it's 14%. I guess I leveled up. So that's nice. Identify for Holy Worth. Okay, so that's 1 out of the 5 that I have not identified yet. As I have mentioned, I really suspect that the one that I do not possess is Acquirement. So we are going to keep waiting for Scrolls of Identify to identify the rest of them, because I don't want to miss Silence or Fogu, you know. Okay, here are the Knights. Easy deal. Did I lose my Dart of Cure? I only have one left. That's unfortunate. Still no Etins. I guess I've gotten lucky. Maybe this bolt only has like a chance of generating Etins. Okay, don't berserk, don't berserk. Thank you for not berserking. I wonder if I'm gonna be able to kill this guy without using Cure, because I only have one. I don't wanna lose my Cure and then like next encounter find an Etin. That would be pretty bad. Okay, yeah, I think this bolt also has a guaranteed Warlord. And I'm gonna open this door before like I go fight the Warlord. Okay, no Etin. No Etin. Maybe over here? Okay, no Etins. I am a bit surprised. I was pretty sure there was going to be an Etin here, because every time I've done this, I found Etins behind these doors. And not every door has an Etin, of course, but I found like 1 or 2 Etins in this vault, and it's definitely a very unpleasant surprise for most characters. Including this one. Yeah, Etins are quite a terrifying kind of foe. Okay, Saint Roca. Okay, never mind. So we didn't get an Etin, but instead of the Warlord, we got Saint Roca. Yeah, we cannot do that. I don't have digging. I would have loved to dig to the stairs. I won't be able to do it. So I'm just gonna read a teleport and keep walking away from those guys, like being conservative with my HP. I wonder what's gonna be on the other side of that, if anything. Hmm. Okay, I wonder if I'm gonna be able to sneak past Saint Roca to see the rest of the shops. I think I already got some pretty good items to look forward to when I have the money, but I would like to increase my chances of finding a Demon Trident early. Um, hmm. Pull him to a water and dart him. The thing is that since Saint Roca has like a 1 in 3 chance to smite you on any given action, I just think that Saint Roca can smite me like 12 times in a row before I kill him or before I kill it. Yeah, I just don't think I have the damage output to out damage Saint Roca. So the correct thing to do, in my opinion, would be to just not fight Saint Roca at all, like be as far away from Saint Roca as possible. Okay, now we have. I think I don't have this scroll, so I'm pretty sure I have all of the scrolls already. Fantastic items in this shop, by the way. Enchant armor, blinking, an unidentified potion that I'm also going to buy, and a file of lots. So yeah, now I know for sure that one of those scrolls is acquirement. I just don't know which one it is. Yeah, I can check, but I can't just check like that. I know that the scrolls that I have 4 scrolls yet to be identified, and I have 4 different stacks of scrolls. So I know that one of those stacks is acquirement, but the other ones are also kind of good. Specifically, Silence and Fogu. Since I've only gotten one of those items, I would rather wait until I have identified to be able to make sure that I don't waste them than to just read identify for acquirement, you know? Um, Especially now that I got this chainmail. I feel pretty good with the chainmail. All right. So all that's left for me to do is to just kill these guys, check the shop, and then get out of here and ignore Saint Rock as much as I can. Glaive of Flaming. Okay, I'm gonna pick that up. We're gonna drop the Trident because this fulfills kind of a similar function to the Trident, except that it deals significantly more damage. Ooh, Moontroll Letter and Randart Plate. Okay, I'm gonna put these on the wish list. I might use them, I might not. I don't think I care about the Moontroll Letter too much, unless I go the statue form route with this character, but it's not looking like it. So now my objective is to sneakily get away from this level and not do Saint Roca at all. All right, I still haven't done the entirety of this. We can go upstairs and yeah, immediately find a night band with a launcher. All right, yeah, that's not good. Yeah, I feel like there hasn't been a lot of counterplay to that. I don't have fear anymore. Mm. Okay, with this positioning, the knight cannot hit me, but the warrior can, and it's mighty. So I would rather not have to deal with that. Okay, now the knight will be able to shoot me until I break line of sight. And there's not much that I can do about it. Alright, it decided to walk towards me instead. Can I get out of here? Yeah, I think I can. Ouch. Getting shot at by the knight again. Fortunately, every time it shoots, it's a turn that it doesn't spend moving towards me, so I can like run away from it. And now I won't be coming back there for a while. There's not much that I particularly need from that place anymore. So we know that D12 has Rupert. Let's go back to D6 because D6 has more than one turn actually. No, it's not more than one turn because of the monster weapon attack delay changes. I'm pretty sure it only takes it one turn to shoot now instead of what it was before, a random amount between one and yeah, they exactly that. So we're gonna go back to D6, and I might be able to do this bolt now. Probably I shouldn't because I still do not have willpower. A wand of flame. A Book of Winter, and gold pieces. Is it worth it for me to even do that? Maybe. I have a Wand of Flame here. Why not? Let's give it a try. You can do that, Bolt. All right. And again, goodbye. All right, it was like literally free loot. I just like whenever I see a transporter bolt, I just like default to not doing it, um, for obvious reasons. Like very rarely you will find a transporter bolt that is like that, where it's like relatively easy to do. Um, on the other hand, this one was barely and didn't really have any rewards at all. Zotrap Bolt is stupid. I think I got that one on either this character or the previous character. Um, but I don't think it's Zot Traps anymore. I think now it's Net Traps. So the worms pull you into the net traps and you get netted, and they keep pulling you pretty much until you die, instead of Zot Traps. Which I guess it's fine, but still you probably shouldn't go in there because it's a ridiculous death trap, designed to kill new players who don't know better, and I don't like it, personally. What do you have? A halberd and acid scales, and I have a better halberd and fire resistance, so bring it on. Easy peasy. Now let's take that off before I forget about it. Mm, let's continue with the dungeon. 13. We're going to skip D12. Oh, look at that. We get immediately greeted by an unseen horror. With 25 armor class, we don't have much to fear. Fortunately, that went fine. Okay. Pyromancers don't scare me nearly as much as Zephyrmancers do. I feel like Zephyrmancers are significantly more powerful. Hmm. Okay, when I drank that potion of attraction, I thought to myself, it's only a bunch of centaurs. And then the two-headed ogre appeared out of nowhere, and it was suddenly next to me, like out of nowhere. It was crazy. Okay. I wonder if I should just like use the glaive of flaming. On one hand, I can see why that would be a good idea. On the other hand, I like the extra armor class. I feel like we are at a stage of the game where having extra armor class is actually not a terrible thing, from the protection brand. Um, But yeah, later on when I have like 30 armor class without having to do anything, obviously the Glaive of Flaming will be better. But I still want to use a shield. I have a pretty good shield already, and that I would like to make use of. Use the acquirement. I still don't know which one it is. Like, I don't know which one it is. If I knew, I would have used it. But yeah, we need to wait for a couple of scrolls of identify, or for a shop that has the scrolls that I have not identified yet, on the shop. Mm, this is nasty. I feel like just a million enemies out of nowhere. Mm, nets are so deadly. It's brutal in Tomb. Yeah, in Tomb it's pretty bad because it turns the enemies that you shouldn't really have to worry about at that stage of the game, which are the Emperor Scorpions and the Dead Scarabs, into significantly more dangerous enemies that can actually kill you out of nowhere. They're pretty brutal indeed. Um, yeah. I think that was the correct choice to just get out of that. The thing is that I can kill all of those monsters, but at the same time, I definitely cannot. Like it's kind of sad because Makhleb is supposed to be, or was supposed to be, the god that let you get away with that kind of stuff. Like you just hold down tab and you emerge from every fight at full HP. But not anymore. Ever since the nerf, Makhleb hasn't been the same in that regard, and now you actually have to think a little bit about what you're doing with Makhleb. Um, an ancient plate. I want to go back and buy that. At least not just yet. Okay, before I fight the freezing rate, I need to be in a very safe position, because I might get slowed. So if I was to fight it in the open, I would have to retreat into a safer position while slowed, and yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Mm. Okay, I think I'm gonna need a Ring of Fire for these guys. Wow, I lost 3 evasion from taking off a ring of 6 armor class or 6 strength. That's crazy. RGN after Mac changes. I tried it a bit, and it was not as good as before. But what I can tell you is that Deep Dwarf after Mac changes are pretty rough. I played Deep Dwarf Fighter, and I barely won it, but it was painful. Like, I had to use the self-healing so much, and yeah, there were some points where I was actually afraid of running out of mana. There were some times where I lost like 7 mana in a row. It was crazy. I don't need these two. And I do not need the hat. And I do not need amnesia. I guess I can also drop brand weapon. It's not like an emergency consumable that I want to use. Um, I still have not identified Brilliance, but I would drop Brilliance because I don't have any spells. Okay, Tengu Warrior, we should be able to kill you, but not with support. Excuse me? Do I not have 17 evasion? What's up with that? No, that's my bad. I threw it in the wrong direction, believe it or not. I typoed and threw it in the wrong direction. Yeah, pick these up. Amelie, that kind of sucks, but I do have a way to hurt it without checking its evasion, and that would be major destruction. If I get an explosion, it just explodes, right? I wonder if it's viable to use Makhleb instead of like throwing as a way to hurt things from afar. Now that Makhleb's major destruction is so much better than it used to be. Okay, we got some key rare. That's nice. 1 key rare from one of those kobolds. Another melee. This time we managed to kill it without having to do anything special. Just holding down tab did the trick. And by the way, when I say holding down tab, I almost never do that. It's very rare for me to do it more than once or twice on any given character. What I mean is like tapping tab quickly, because that allows you to react to things going bad. So actually holding down tab is a really bad thing that you probably shouldn't do unless you are entirely sure that you are not going to explode as a result of doing it. But tapping tab quickly is okay. It's just a matter of like recognizing threats quickly enough to stop doing that. Roxanne, we are going to exclude her, or like pretty much step away from her. Hey, it killed itself. That's nice. You can macro triple tab, but yeah, that is kind of like holding down tab in a sense, because it removes the possibility of you playing around things going bad between tabs, you know? So by tapping tab quickly, you still retain that option. A fire dragon. Well, I better put on some fire resistance for this guy. Ouch. We should not die. It's unfortunate that it just shoots fire every turn. Like, catching breath means nothing. I'm going to use Ice Blast. I think Ice Blast kills. It doesn't kill. Okay, maybe this time it kills. It's weak to cold. Okay, that's fine. You macro triple tap, but if it breaks, and it breaks if a new monster comes into line of sight. How does that work? Yeah, that's a bit too advanced for me. I don't know how to make macros that fancy. Wasn't even that easy to make. Haha. Yeah, that's a bit too advanced for myself or for me. I'm not that good at making macros. Um, What do I even want to quiver right now? Probably the Cure. Can you please stop? I want to rest to full HP if possible. Okay, I guess being with Makhleb kinda helps a bit. Mm, I don't. I have to choose between training more polearms for a two-hander for the glaive, or just training shields for the shield of cold resistance. But the thing is that in order for me to be able to use that, I need a good polearm. Like I'm not gonna use a trident. A trident is like a starter weapon. You just don't use that past a certain point in the game. Um, so yeah, I guess I'm just gonna wait and I'm gonna train fighting. Closing doors is so overpowered. Yeah, closing the door there saved me from what would have been a very complicated fight because I forgot to take off the Ring of Fire. Um, I wish I didn't have to resort to a Ring of Fire because, yeah, it's only a matter of time until I forget about it and I explode. And it almost happened against that freezing rate. Sigmund's Scythe endgame depends. What if Sigmund has Finisher? If Sigmund with Finisher is definitely like an endgame tool for you to have. Okay, now that I have a Glaive of Flaming, I can actually like do Swamp, and it's not going to be as awful as it would have been before the Glaive of Flaming. And I can also go back and kill all those Hydras that I was having to run away from, because in addition to that, last time I was seeing Hydras, I had 8 armor class or something along those lines. Now I have 24. So we can go back to Lair, I think. And yeah, let's kill all those Hydras. And this guy probably. This guy has a weapon of freezing. Mm, yeah, we're fine. It doesn't have any evasion. We're just gonna explode it. And yeah, that's a nice reward that we would get from killing this guy. Easy peasy. Was that a centaur ghost? I just noticed that it was a centaur ghost. It seems that the Hydra that I excluded was awoken by something, and I just got rid of it without having to come back and kill it. Um, oh yeah, this is the vault, the formerly sought trap vault. Now it is nets, as you can see there, a net trap, a bunch of net traps, and a bunch of worms. And is it lava? It is lava. So in order to be able to properly do it, you need to have permanent flying pretty much. It's not the bolt you meant. What's the bolt you meant? Because I'm pretty sure it used to be like this. Can they pull you into lava for instant death? Not in dungeon crawls, unfortunately. In fact, you cannot just step into lava at all in this game anymore. It used to be that you could, but now you can't. Now you fly, and it drains you every turn you fly. So it can drain you for a lot, but it doesn't kill you anymore, and that's pretty nice. I cannot wait until I have identify to be able to identify all of these and hopefully find acquirement. Probably shouldn't have done that. Just like real life. Um, I wish you flew in real life if you don't know how to swim. I know how to swim. I guess what I have to say is that I know how to not die when I am in water. Um, but if I had to swim to shore, like I don't know if I could do that. Like if I was significantly lower than like if I was like on the sea and the floor of the sea was like 3 meters deep, I think that doesn't look very good for me. But if it's like only 2 meters or so, I definitely can survive like very easily. Gamma Funk, it's a trap. I don't know which one that is. I thought that it was the one with the um, The one with the swamp worms that pulled you into sod traps. That one is one of my least favorite one of my least favorite bolts ever. But yeah, most transporter bolts are there to be ignored. Truly, if you think about it. Because the correct thing to do with most of them is to not do them at all, unless you are like grossly overpowered. In which case, you might not need to do them at all for whatever reward that is being offered to you. Um, yeah, a demonic crawler, a phantom mirror. Okay, we don't need that phantom mirror, unfortunately. I already have one of those, but I'm gonna take the money. And yeah, descending. I haven't done descending yet. Would be easier if I had resistance to negative energy, but I do not have that. Um, Staff of Death. That is the least helpful source of that in the whole game. Okay, another scroll of teleports. Can't complain about that. I like the redesign of this bolt. I feel like it's much harder now, but it's also a bit more exciting. Um, how am I going to get rid of that guy? I don't think I can pull it with attraction. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. I'm just gonna make a run for it. A rendered ring. Okay, that's huge. Depending on what we get, it could be like fantastic. Hopefully no malmutation. Hopefully no malmutation from the Necosec. No malmutation. Come on. Okay, it has resistance to negative energy, so it might not be a terrible idea for me to use it, but it will feel bad if I need to use it. Okay, 3 dire elephants and a necromancer. We knew about those guys. We cannot do them just yet. I would rather do the other side of that vault. Um, So yeah, I was thinking the Necromancer would get out and like follow me, and in turn let the dire elephants go free, but it didn't happen. So what I'm going to do is exclude that because there's nothing there that I care about. And what is over here? Enchant weapon, immolation. Also not very exciting loot. I think the best thing that could have generated here was actually um, the ring, and the ring unfortunately happened to be negative slaying. So yeah, pretty sad that we had that property on that ring. If it had been positive slaying or nothing, it would have been such a good ring for me. Souls bound. That means that they are going to eventually turn into simulacra. That's pretty annoying. Especially because of how they spawn. Like, they don't even take the tile that they were in, they block your path instead. Oh, the Necromancer just exploded. That's interesting. Ouch. Okay, these are slow, right? So I can just run away from them. No big deal. Regen to full HP. And I think they disappear. Yeah, they just disappear for after a period of time. Usually you don't wait long enough for them to disappear though. And let's see what we get. Yeah. Okay. Pretty much all things that I already knew about. And on the other side, there's nothing good. A potion of curing and some gold, and that's pretty much it. So we are just gonna leave here. I don't need to do the rest of that. That might be the entrance to slime, and I think I want to do that. So let's put on some resistance to corrosion. And let's make a run for it. Or not. What is... Okay, lightning rod, gold pieces, a scroll which might be acquirement, summoning, and blinking. Okay, those are some pretty good consumables. I really do want to get some of them, or most of them. So we're going to do this, and then switch to this, and then poke the Hydra. Alright, time for round 2, probably. Okay, I am failing pretty badly at killing those things. I wonder if I should use Major Destruction instead. Okay, one of them is down. But I think that for the rest of them, I'm just gonna use Major Destruction. Okay, that's two of them down, two more to go. Minus 10 halberd. Corrosion stacking can get pretty crazy. Okay, I think for the last one I might be able to just run and kill it. Um, there was definitely strength in numbers in again when it comes to these guys. Okay, lightning rod, amnesia, gold, blinking, scroll which might be acquirement and summoning. Not bad. Pretty good loot. Definitely worth the piety cost that I paid for it. Um, so I already did D15. I already did Lair and Orc. I guess it's time for me to do Swamp. Much to my dismay. But I should wear the Ring of Protection first. Yeah, Swamp is not gonna be a happy time for my character. I do not have any resistances, and Swamp checks everything except for resistance to electricity, unless you get Nicola. So yeah, it's definitely not gonna be a happy place. At least I am Merfolk and I can swim really quickly in water instead of being slow, so I can retreat more easily theoretically. And I do have poison resistance, so that's nice. Can't complain about having poison resistance here because of the swamp dragons. They can very quickly deal a lot of damage to you if you don't have that. Okay. Yeah, still no demon tridents. It's not looking good for my odds of getting a demon trident before depths. Not gonna lie. I wonder how much of a bad idea it would be to go into depths to try to get a demon trident before doing this. Um, I'm not liking the current situation. There seems to be too many dangerous things, including a Spriggan Druid and a bunch of aggravated threes. But I can swim, so maybe I can make a getaway. I have 9 teleport. Let's use one. Okay. Tina Tremor Stones might not be terrible. Okay, it killed everything, but now I have a strong alligator next to me, which is really scary. Slow did the trick, however. Yeah, I can't complain about this character. I feel like it's legit a pretty good character. Much better than my previous Kobold, because with the Kobold I was suffering at this stage in the game. Like I was legit having a pretty hard time because everything was hitting me so hard, and I was pretty much in the same boat as this character with no resistances nor anything. But at least this character deals damage, and at least this character has HP, and the Kobold didn't have any of those things. Neither one nor the other. That is a bolt with the apocalypse scraps. I might want to give it a try. And of course, we're also going to check out the ice cave. I cannot promise that I will complete it, but I might give it a try, depending on on what we get, we might be able to do it. But yeah, if it's two Ice Fiends, I have Holy Word for them. I don't have enough time to go and buy the rest of the Holy Words that I have in the shop. I would definitely do that if I could, but I can't. Slime creatures. Oh, I think this might be the slime ending, or the slime ice cave that I heard so much about. I haven't seen it. I actually don't know what it has. Very ugly thing simulacrum. Funny thing, it is probably less dangerous than a regular very ugly thing. Um, so I guess I should be grateful for the very ugly thing simulacrum instead of the regular one. Okay, I like how Quicksilver Ooze or Quicksilver Oozes don't deal drowning damage to you when they engulf you because you're a Merfolk. So canonically, Merfolk can breathe Quicksilver Oozes. Hmm. Okay, yeah, they're like a joke um, compared to other oozes. Like for example, Azure Jellies would be kind of terrifying, and I am glad that I haven't seen any yet. Um, I wonder if my Boots of Flying will melt when I step into deep water. I wonder how that works. I guess I'll find out when I find some water. Okay. Ow, yeah, Entropic Weaver simulacrums specifically are pretty bad. Are they speed 10? I guess they are. Can I paralyze it? It doesn't have that much willpower, so maybe I can. 77. We get the paralysis. Alright, easy peasy. I wonder if all simulacrums will be the same with like minimal amounts of willpower. Okay, I think I need to make a run for that orange crystal statue to just poke it really hard with my halberd. Okay. Specifically, Entropy Weaver simulacrums are pretty bad because they have many attacks and they apply the cold damage with every attack. Wow, that is a lot of jellies. That is very unexpected that it could summon so many jellies. Notice an Azure Jelly. Hmm. It seems to be that tiles bugged out, so let me fix that. This time I noticed pretty much immediately as it happens. Um, so yeah, the Azure Jelly is what scares me the most. Um, what I'm gonna try to do is like either wait them out, hoping, or I'm gonna try to wait until they wear off. It's obviously not gonna be an option. It's faster than I am, so it's just gonna catch up to me. It doesn't have that much willpower. If I had vulnerability identified, it would be pretty good for the current situation. Um, yeah, I have the scroll, but I just don't know which one it is. I think it might be X. It was vulnerability, so now we should be almost guaranteed to paralyze. 59% is not guaranteed, but I also don't think I explode. Okay, one more time. Okay, that gets rid of the Azure Jelly, and we can just get rid of everything else without many issues. Alrighty. Another Entropy Weaver simulacrum. We're gonna have to paralyze that guy. Yeah, better safe than death. Oh, it confused me. 29% chance. I guess it's reasonable, but it always feels bad, especially when you have willpower. It's heavily damaged, and I'm not standing next to an enormous slime creature. It got misplaced, or it got displaced by a Quicksilver Ooze. Should be grateful for that, because the enormous slime creature is significantly more scary. Rage. I think we should be okay. And in fact, I don't think I want to do Berserk, because if I Berserk and it confuses me, it's extremely bad, right? So yeah, that went okay. I wonder if we are close to being done with this bolt. So far, we've been able to get away with not having cold resistance, but we have yet to see if the luck lasts for long enough. Yeah, I'm not a fan of all these multi-attacking simulacrum. How am I going to deal with this guy? Probably major destruction. Hope that I get fire. I did get fire, but it was not good enough. Alright, we were able to kill it. It was not that bad. What's your cold damage, actually? Just out of curiosity. Can hit for 21 to deal 54 extra cold damage. So yeah, it is actually like less dangerous than a regular very ugly, than a regular white very ugly thing. That's something that you wouldn't really expect. I wonder if that is why they were put in this vault, because they were actually less dangerous than a white very ugly thing. Okay, for a character without any amount of cold resistance, we are doing quite well. It's too far away for acid. Now it is not. So we are gonna continue doing just that. Alright. 3 charges of acid, a bit expensive, but sure. And there it is, the big boss, the Azure Jelly. We know that we have vulnerability, so we're gonna do precisely that. Vulnerability. What are you? An ugly thing simulacrum. We're gonna charm that, because why not? Excuse me? Barely resists. What's my chance of hexing that? 83%. Okay, that was unlucky. Not much to do about it, however. Immolation. 10 of Tremor Stones. You know, the good old Royal Jelly strategy. Better than to try to hex it. We can also do Immolation again, just to get rid of those slime creatures. Perfect. It's such a good consumable. I love it. Another Azure Jelly and a Rock Slime. Okay, for the Azure Jelly, obviously, we can probably try to burn Vulnerability again and then Paralysis. Perfect. And the Rock Slime is going to be more complicated, however. With its high armor class and I think it also has high willpower and resistance to acid. It is quite a fearsome foe. Doesn't have that high willpower, but I think it's still good enough for me to not be able to do anything funny to it. And it also has... Oh, it doesn't have acid resistance. Okay, for some reason it doesn't. I might as well exploit that. It doesn't get corroded. I'm gonna try again. Okay, now it did get corroded and almost killed. And it also almost killed me. It hits really hard, but we were able to kill it, no big deal. Fingers crossed for that being it. I don't need any more Azure Jellies or Rock Slimes in my life. An Altar of Jiva. Okay, that's a pretty great ring. That ring is something that I'm quite probably going to use for the rest of the game. I don't care about that one. This one is okay. I'm going to carry it around, but I'm probably not going to use it. Acquirement. Silence. Okay, so one of these scrolls that I have yet to identify is Fogu. The other one is Acquirement. And yeah, only having one Fogu is bad enough that I don't want to like try to get Acquirement. I'm not going to greed it out. I'm going to squeeze the game for as much value as I can get because I don't need the Acquirement. And I might need the Fogu. So that was fine. That went pretty well. You always seem to encounter a Reaper in the ice caves. Yeah, it depends on which one it is. Since this one generated in a Lair branch, it was going to be harder than the ones that you get in Lair or in Dungeon or in Orc. Um, and this one is actually new to this version. I hadn't played it before. That's why I didn't know what I was going to encounter. But it was nice that the boss monster was a couple of Azure Jellies instead of being two ice fiends or something crazy like that. I've had bolts where I actually just have two ice fiends at the end of them, and it's not happy. It's not nice. Um, I think I am comfortable doing this. That gives me great resistances for swamp. Yeah, now I resist everything, and swamp hits you with everything, so it's more of an even playing field. It nukes my stealth, but I don't need to rely on stealth if I am actually like capable of surviving um, whatever the game throws at me, and I kinda can do just that, unless I get corroded thrice by a Goliath frog, of course. You're not resistant to acid, so goodbye. All right. A bone jeep. I am heavily corroded, so I would prefer not to fight that. Fortunately, even though it is fast, it is fast but attacks extremely slowly. I am extremely fast in water, so might as well take advantage of that. You know what? Let's just jump on that teleport trap. Identify. So this is going to identify acquirement for me, and there it is. Acquirement of Fogu. Um, Now I would like to not die, please. Fear. It doesn't fear the riders. I guess it's kind of understandable, but unlucky. Tremor stones. I didn't want to get hit because I have like no armor class because I am so corroded. Corner the Tyrant Leech turns to fight. I would rather not have seen that, but sure. Oh, not corroded anymore. Now I can fight. Let's read acquirement. Finally. Okay, that's a pretty good amulet. Do I have an amulet? Do I? Okay, that's funny. The only amulet that has generated in the whole game up until this scroll of acquirement is this one. That obviously I cannot do. So I guess that's fine. It seems that if you're a merfolk and you have boots of flight, they actually don't let you swim quickly. Okay, that feels like a bit of an oversight. That's kind of a good reason for a merfolk to not use boots of flying. Alright, I might replace them soon. So, bad gold, a manual of staves, and a staff of fire. Okay, the choice is very obvious. We're gonna get this. And we're gonna put it on, and we're gonna hit harder, which is pretty nice. Cancellation. It seems that I still have yet to identify experience. I guess that is to be expected. We just found a Young Poisoner's Handbook. I think I need to learn Toxic Radiance for Spider. Yeah, I'm gonna do that actually. I'm gonna do it for sure. I think maybe 10 poison magic is gonna be enough for me to be able to cast Toxic Radiance. Obviously, I'm also going to train some spell casting, but I want poison magic first. Yeah, finding that Young Poisoner's Handbook is gonna be a game changer. In fact, I'm gonna learn the spells already. Do I have? It doesn't seem to be. I don't have Ignite Poison just yet. Nope, it's not there. Nope, no Ignite Poison. It's kind of rare now that it was removed from the starting book. That is a bit tragical, in my opinion. Oh, an amulet of regen. I would have used that, but I don't know if I want to use it over the amulet that I just acquired. It's a pretty good amulet at the end of the day. Fire resistance, acrobat, 2 slaying, see invisible, 2 intelligence also helps a bit to cast toxic radiance. Um, so yeah, it was such a good amulet. And now, as you can see, things are significantly less dangerous than they used to be before I did that ice cave. Um, yeah, I am a bit nervous about doing this because of the apocalypse crabs, of course. Those are the ones that are actually dangerous. The ghost crabs don't pose that much of a threat, especially in a corridor, because you're not gonna get muffed by summons as you would normally do, or as you would normally be if you were fighting them in the open. Spriggan Druid randomly in here. Apocraft, okay. Um, we should be able to kill it without a lot of issues. Okay. Has anyone else been watching Evo? I've been watching Evo a bit. I can tell you, it is still like very high level competition of fighting games, but it's not as good as it would be if it was in person. Of course, I understand that it's not really a thing that can be done at the moment, but still. I'm gonna re-teleport in case I get paralyzed. Hmm. Maybe the correct thing to do was to read Fogu, or just to hope that I didn't get clouded by this apocryph. Haste, no paralysis. Okay, now there's 2 of them. Things are getting out of control. Oh, did it get duplicated by chaos? That's weird. Okay. I don't think I care about rings of protection from fire anymore. Brilliance? I actually do kind of want brilliance on this character. Lightning rod, a glaive, and a quarterstaff. Okay, it was definitely not worth it to do that. I could have died, so probably shouldn't have done it. I normally don't do those kinds of bolts. Ouch. I think I might. Oh, I'm not able to swim faster than the Hydra actually. I don't think my boots get melted, or do they? No, I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure they don't actually. Um, all right. Hmm. I wonder if it's a terrible idea to get rid of my Ring of Strength and go back to. Oh, the thing is that I am using an item that gives me -4 strength. I probably should get rid of that if I want to also lose, or if I want to get rid of the Ring of Strength. Yeah, but then I would need another source of willpower, and I don't think I have a lot of them just yet. There is that helmet with -3 slaying. But I feel like I would be losing a lot of damage because right now I have 3 slaying from the body armor and 2 slaying from the amulet, so it would be like losing 6 slaying instead of only losing 3 slaying. Mm. Oh, a Fence Strider Witch. Okay. What do you have for me today? 21% chance to paralyze. Kind of unfortunate. We are going to use a Scroll of Summoning to try to break line of sight or line of fire. It doesn't work. But at least we haven't been paralyzed yet. Phantom Mirror. Your Fence Strider, which suddenly stops moving. Okay. I think, yeah, no, my Spriggan Druid used Awaken Forest. All right, we got rid of the Fence Rider, which pretty good. How long has it been? 2 hours and 24 minutes. So we picked up the pace, I feel like. We're still not playing like extremely quickly, but we're also not getting into very tricky situations every time we encounter enemies, which is exactly what I wanted to see. I have to say that this character is not even remotely as powerful as my previous Merfolk Gladiator, the one that got paralyzed by a Nork sorcerer with willpower in Bolt 5 and died from full HP. Yeah, that character was on another level. I just shouldn't have gone into Bolt 5 at experience level 24 or experience level 21 or at all. I think that was the only mistake that I made with that character. It happened to be a very costly one, however. Hmm. Never mind. It seems that it doesn't melt the boots, but it does make me move faster, or something. Yeah, it also gives me the extra evasion. It's super weird how that works. Like you don't really melt the boots, but you move faster. Huh, interesting. Okay. Nasty situation, and I was permanently slowed apparently, but fortunately we were able to get away from there. And I think I just want to skip that actually. Might as well, like the game gives me the option. I think you play very well. You tend to evaluate threats very badly, and it's too late. Yeah, you can also like take a look at the video on demand of the Merfolk that lost me the streak. I think I'm gonna upload it to YouTube because it's a pretty good example of how like making one mistake can actually like cost you very much. Like it can cost you a lot. That's what I meant. Um, so yeah, it's mostly a matter of getting lucky with the mistakes that you make and hoping that you don't get punished as a result of them. What do you have? Scimitar. I was hoping for a Demon Trident, obviously. Um, okay, this is not looking very good for me. I don't like this situation. I'm gonna re-teleport. Um, you don't move fast in water. You can only swim. I move faster, so I could have theoretically like just continued to run away from Donald. Mm, I'm going to use Phantom Mirror on Donald because it's already Berserk, so why not? 11 damage. I wish I wasn't fighting so many things at the same time. That is always a recipe for disaster. Not much that I can do about it, however. If they just generate this close together in Swamp, I cannot I cannot like split them apart because Swamp is small, unlike pretty much any other place in the game. Hmm. Give me a second. It seems that I have to do something. Um, I'll be back with you in no time. Don't go anywhere, please. All right, we are ready to continue. So yeah, the current situation, kind of annoying. I think the correct thing to do is to teleport, because I definitely cannot take all of these things at the same time. It's a bit of a shame that I'm gonna have to waste the Phantom Mirror, but it will recharge eventually. It's also the final level of the swamp. I think, yeah, teleport then magic mapping is what I'm gonna do. I keep getting corroded. This level sucks. I need to get out of here. This is not really a level that I can do right now, obviously. I have resistance to electricity, however, so this Air Mage is not gonna be that bad. But still, this is pretty disgusting and I cannot do it. Where even is the rune? Like, is this a rune bolt? This doesn't look like a rune bolt at all. Looks like just a random bolt with some altars. Detected altar. It doesn't even tell you which kind of altar it is. That's funny. Would give me a bit of a hint as to what I have to fight in there. But yeah, I got so corroded and now I'm very low on HP. Everything happened so quickly. I'm very glad that I decided to teleport immediately, because if I had tried to fight that, I wouldn't have survived. Like, it's crazy how quickly everything went bad. Like, just a couple of turns ago, I was at full HP, and now I am at around 40%. Um, I think Ice Blast is going to be the correct thing to do. Ouch. I need to blink now. I have 30 HP. I'm gonna get airstruck and killed if I don't do that. Another Fen Strider Witch. I really do need to escape this level. There's no stairs over here. All the stairs are like very close to each other actually. I wonder if that was just like unfortunate level generation. It's obviously not helping that I don't have any stealth whatsoever, but and that I've been making some noise obviously as well. But yeah, I need to read blinking, or I need to read teleport. Everywhere I go in this place, it's full of enemies and very lacking on places for me to fight them properly. And we are back into the frying pan. We are just gonna read blinking and get out of here now. Yeah, I will not go back there until much later in the game. Unfortunately, that means that I still have not gotten a rune, so I cannot do depths. So in order for me to get a rune, I need to get it from Spider. 41% chance to fail Toxic Radiance. We're kind of getting close to being able to use that for real, but we're still not there yet. And you gotta love getting red poison with poison resistance. Poison in 0.27 is very real. Like, you actually have to heal it if you get red poison, because it's not gonna take 2 or 3 damage per turn. It's actually going to take very significant amounts of damage. It's pretty crazy. I hate Spider. I hope that these spiders get reworked into something else. I hate that you cannot tap them because they jump around and they net you. And whenever you are netted, you cannot tap. I feel like that is just very tedious and annoying. So yeah, doing Spider is very nice if you happen to have Toxic Radiance, but if you don't have it, it sucks. And I still don't have it. I'm getting pretty close to having it, but I'm not quite there just yet. I have such little spell power on Toxic Radiance that I just Toxic Radiance for like a turn. But it's better than 0 turns, you know. We are going to drop, not vulnerability. I'm going to drop the amulets. I don't think I'm going to use them anymore. I think I can also get rid of the poison darts. Maybe the boomerangs as well. The enchant scrolls. Maybe vulnerability. I don't really see myself using it that much. Flight for sure. And that's it. We are going to pick up Mind Burst. Very useful for spiders. I got a port. That might become relevant in the future, so I'm going to learn it. I think I should quiver Toxic Radiance. Yeah, now it's at 28%, so we're getting pretty close to being able to reliably use it on every fight. I get slowed by the Hornets. They are quite a nasty enemy type. They just do whatever they want to do to you, regardless of your resistances. Kind of like Death Cups in a sense, but at least these are weak to poison. Oh, 2 Emperor Scorpions, that's crazy. I think in order to fight these guys, the correct thing to do is to just go here, or like, yeah, use this water to I don't know, do something. Get me motivation. Let me run past them or like gain some ground on them. You might be thinking, well, you're not standing in the water anymore. But the thing is that once I kill one of them, I can start doing that. So I went into the corridor to be able to kill one of them more easily, and yeah, now I can use the water to kite them. Merfolk perks. I have identified the last one, and it was digging. Okie dokie. It's good to finally have digging. I went through a significant part of the game without it. Are we done? Yeah, we are done. So let's go downstairs. I hope that whenever Spider gets reworked, Toxic Radiance is still as good as it is against all these spiders. Though, if I had to choose between Toxic Radiance being good in this place, or the regular spiders not being so painful to deal with, I would take the latter personally. No, don't do that. Ouch. Okay, that bolt is mean, but fortunately, as a Merfolk, I don't particularly have to care about it. Um, I can just swim past it, and I guess I also have Boots of Flying, so I find it interesting how with Boots of Flying, the boots don't get melted when you step on water, but you gain the evasion and you gain the movement speed. Like that doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I'm not going to complain about it. You get like the best of both worlds as a Merfolk with flying. 19% chance to miscast Toxic Radiance. We're getting there. So yeah, I think I made the right choice getting Toxic Radiance specifically for this accursed place. Um, Otherwise, it would be super painful to do. It helps that a lot of these things are like actually like a legit threat to my character because my character has like no resistance or no defenses, like not that good defenses. I say with 2732 in my screen, right? But yeah, the thing that I mean is like I don't have a shield and without the protection boost, I have 20 armor class, and without the evasion boost, I have 17 evasion. So like that's 20, 17 defenses. They're not particularly the best. That's a pretty great weapon. Oh man, that's a pretty great weapon. No, I'm going to resist because of the -2 stapes. I don't think I can use it. Yeah, still alive. It's the same character from before. Um, we've been going at it for 2 hours and 14 minutes, and we're getting to the point where it's actually like looking pretty good for my survival and winning of the game. Um, we have identified all scrolls, including acquirement, and I acquired a pretty good amulet after going through a significant part of the game without any amulets at all. Oh, you cannot see it there. Let's see. This is the amulet. This is the amulet. Pretty great amulet. I am not particularly a fan of Acrobat. I feel like the evasion boost. I don't know. I would prefer to have regeneration because even though it's slightly weaker, it is active forever instead of Acrobat, which is only active when you're running away. And then you can kind of you need to rely on the RNG to for it to do anything at all. Yes, it is the nature of evasion, but that's why I don't normally use Acrobat whenever I have something better available. But this one is Acrobat, 2 Slaying, Fire Resistance, 2 Intelligence, and See Invisible. It really is worth using. Like, it's a bunch of very good things with no downside. Well, I guess it does have a slight downside, and that would be that I cannot wear regen, but that's pretty much it. It's not that bad of a downside. Um, Oh, Arachne. Arachne is not a friendly fight. Let's go elsewhere. I might even skip this level. Oh, it's the final level. Okay, that was quick. Did I get shafted or something, or did I just go through this fast? I guess it's nice to not have to worry about most fights in this place because you just happen to get the golden ticket that lets you bypass most of them, and you're powerful enough for the rest. What is what is, I got out of swamp precisely to avoid this kind of thing. What is going on? Like why is there a couple of ghost crabs here? I feel scammed. I want a refund. Um, okay, that got rid of the 2 of them. That was pretty good. All right. Yeah, what's up with those ghost crabs and tyrant leeches? Like, if I didn't do swamp, if I had to escape from swamp 4, it's for a reason, you know? I'm starting to feel the need for a better weapon. I feel like my slaying has been carrying me, but I would definitely be doing much better if instead of a halberd of protection I had like a demon trident of electrocution. Of course, that's like the extreme, you know? I would definitely love to have a demon trident of electrocution, but more realistically, I would not complain about I would not complain about a demon trident of flaming or freezing or something. Maybe even spectral. Spectral is not bad on a polearm because it's much easier for the polearm to actually be hitting things. And also like survive and not deal extra damage to you. That's Aizul. What are your chances of sleeping me? Oof, it's not looking good. 25%. So that's really bad. On the other hand, if I berserk, Isul cannot put me to sleep. But on the yet again, there's a lot of things that we have to consider. We have barely explored the level, and I don't know if beyond Isul is going to be like Arachne or something. I'm pretty sure Arachne was here. Or like up there, so I shouldn't berserk. But then if I don't berserk, how do I not get put to sleep by Isul? Good question. I wish I knew the answer for it. I guess the correct thing to do is to go back and buy one of those Phylophlots. I think that's probably what I should do. Maybe also that ring of evasion and 5 slaying. Minus 5 dexterity is pretty bad, but it should be compensated by the evasion plus 4. And it also gives me 7 intelligence and 5 slaying, so what would I replace for that ring? 6 strength? Yeah, 6 strength, because the other one is just too good to replace. Do I have silence? I do. Okay, I guess I can silence and then berserk. Um, we are going to do probably that. I guess I can also summon a demon to help me. Okay, no slow is pretty good. Now silence and berserk. Isul twists and the forms. Pretty good. Okay, that went pretty well. Maybe berserk was not that necessary. Considering how we used silence to prevent it from putting me to sleep. But it still finished the fight relatively quickly. Now, am I going to explode from this Orb of Destruction? I don't think so, but I can kind of guarantee that it won't happen by reading a Scroll of Summoning. We are going to give that a try. Your jumping spider is blown up. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Okay, so far so good. My Cacodemon has lasted for quite a while. Oh, it's gone now. It's fine. Considering how Arachne is in this level, I think the correct thing to do is probably to just read magic mapping and try to go past her. Unfortunately, it seems that the bolt is going to be in her general direction. Yeah, I might be able to sneak past her. Like, I definitely don't want to fight her. She's a bit too powerful for my character. Um, but I do need a rune. Oh, look at that. I walked straight towards her. I can make use of this deep water to like gain some ground on her. Merfolk perks, I guess. Hello, Railbird. Good to see you around. Oh, she blinked next to me with random blinking. That is unfortunate. Mm, I think it's looking like I'm gonna have to fight her. Okay, she blinked again, and now I don't know where she is. So that lets me know that based on this tile where she was, she's probably on this side. Like she's almost guaranteed to be on that side. So I should run in the opposite direction. And yeah, she was on the other side. That doesn't seem that terrible. Can you go through water? Oh, you can't. Oh, look at that. I wonder if I can abuse that. Huh. Hmm. Yeah. Oh, well, I probably shouldn't have given it a path towards me, past the water. Condolences. To whom? To me, because I stumbled upon Arachne, probably. Okay, so this is actually fine because what I feared the most from Arachne was her melee, believe it or not. She hits pretty hard, and she also has a staff of poison, so that's a lot of poison damage that despite the fact that I have poison resistance, sometimes I feel like poison resistance is a placebo and she will just do whatever she wants. But yeah, take a look at the current situation where I am held, so Arachne would just destroy me. And having her be all the way over there and not be able to hit me when I am held makes me feel much more confident. Um, in my ability to win the fight. And now she's regenerating. What's up with that? Stop. Um, Probably should use Lightning Rod, but now I am a bit low on HP. Okay, we're gonna try to finish the fight with Lightning Rod. Oh, she immediately blinks. Like the turn after I use Lightning Rod, she blinks away. I am just getting spam netted. Oh, come on, that's ridiculous. Like, she's straight up just doing it whenever I break it. So I'm wasting a turn of turns. This sucks. But fortunately, she cannot melee me to take advantage of that. Um, Arachne is almost dead. Arachne is still almost dead. You kill Arachne. Something makes me think that Arachne got a lot of HP this time. So from those, I think I only won the Berserk Rage. It seems that she doesn't use Berserk Rage. For that, I probably should be grateful, because Berserk Arachne, after she nets you, would not be a fun thing to be standing next to. And yeah, I think after dealing with Arachne, the rest of these is not going to be too complicated. Maybe if we get a lot of Emperor Scorpions. I'm gonna go all the way to 14 armor. Hopefully that will decrease the failure rate for Toxic Radiance. I don't know if I want to keep training Poison Magic just to decrease Toxic Radiance specifically, because I don't think I will get any more Poison Magic spells apart from Toxic Radiance or Ignite Poison if I ever find it. I have Inner Flame, but it's obviously not what I want. You usually need Orb of Destruction or Iron Shot with Zombie Hands to kill Arachne. Back in the day when Sticks to Snakes was still in the game, you used to kill Arachne with Snake Spam. Oh man, that's the kind of thing that made the development team remove Sticks to Snakes. Like, you're not supposed to be able to do that with a level 2 spell. Like, that sounds like a bit too much for a level 2 spell. Okay, shoutouts to Toxic Radiance, that went super well. You were trying Healer Delver, and for one run you spawned on the shop vault with just the downstairs and nothing else. You went down into Pikel. Instead of running, you went upstairs for some reason, and then he drank Cirque. Oh man, that sounds like a stand-up comedy routine. Like, you could make like a Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup stand-up comedy where you tell that joke, and that would be so much fun. Yeah, that's probably the fastest anyone has ever dived to PKL if you think about it. PF got angry at you for posting a screenshot with that font. Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. That font, like, it kind of looks okay on the HUD, but the messages look so messed up. I don't like how the messages look on your settings. Um, but I guess if you like it like that, who am I to tell you what to do, right? Um, so we're gonna use Flaming for this electric heal, and we are going to use Toxic Radiance yet again. You now have 0 mana because I miscast Toxic Radiance, unfortunate. Mm, okay. So yeah, what are my options when it comes to body armor? You know, I still don't have a lot of it, or a lot of a lot of options available. Maybe that ancient plate will be good. Maybe it wouldn't be a terrible idea to go and buy it. It's kind of pricey though, and I have 2,000 gold. I might do it. Yeah, the thing is that I want to be able to change it because it's only +1 chainmail at the end of the day. Even though it has been a pretty good armor for a non-trivial part of the game, I can do so much better. Like I would like to find Plate of Willpower or maybe just on like normal chainmail of willpower that I could enchant. Um, But yeah, the thing is that I'm starting to feel like I need to replace it. That's what I'm trying to say. Um, Immolation. Hmm. Okay, let's. That might work well. It's almost death. Maybe acid again. It didn't die from that. Okay, never mind. It did die from that. It died from the fire because I'm pretty sure it was standing on fire. Um, Perfect. All right. I love immolation. Immolation is so good. Um, found 2 cornet corpses. Nice. All right, that's rune number 1. Despite all my guesses, I was actually able to get my first rune from here. I really thought that swamp was gonna be easier, especially after getting that ring that gave me all the resistances that I could possibly wish for. Um, but no, it actually was pretty crazy, and I don't think I'm gonna go back to Swamp in a while. But yeah, the best part about that is that I don't need to go back to Swamp until much later in the game because now that I have my first rune, I can go do bolts, and then I will be powerful enough to do depths, and then I can maybe do Swamp if I feel like it, or I can get my third rune from somewhere else. Um, but yeah, it feels like I am a bit of a fragile character. Um, or rather, it feels that I am not doing enough damage. It's probably a combination of both those things. Because if I was doing enough damage, like if things were dying in like 2 or 3 actions when I am like next to them and when I am attacking them, I wouldn't be having as many issues as I am right now. It feels like sometimes I am just like stuck in a fight for too long, kind of like what the Kobold was experiencing. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, this character really does have um, some similarities to Michael Bolt. And obviously, that's not a nice thing to say. Um, But yeah, I guess at the end of the day, playing characters that are not necessarily that incredible is okay because I am much less likely to make errors due to overconfidence. That is something that I've noticed that happens to me a lot. Like, for example, with the Merfolk that died earlier in the tournament, the one that broke my streak. Going into Bolt 5 at experience level 21, I I would say that I was powerful enough to not even consider that big of a mistake. Like I think if it had not been for the paralysis, I would have been able to do it very easily because I was at full HP when I got paralyzed, so I was clearly winning that fight. You always go upstairs when marked. Yeah, sometimes it's a well, actually, almost always it's a nice idea to do that. But considering how abundant mark is in this place, I just sometimes don't do it. Um, I don't want this guy with this great sword of distortion to ever touch me. So I'm just like kiting it with ignite or with toxic radiance because I can. Yeah, it's very poisoned and almost dead, so it should be a matter of time. I guess I can speed up the process with major destruction. By the way, it says explosions, and I don't think I've ever seen an explosion from major destruction happen. I think they're super rare now, if they even exist still. There's a non-zero chance, or there's a possibility of that just straight up not being the case anymore. That you cannot get explosions, and someone just forgot to change it. Immolation. Ice Blast? No, not Ice Blast. We're gonna use Major Destruction. I have it. I might as well use it. Yep, everything dies. And now I don't have Immolation. Let me turn on the auto pickup on Immolation because sometimes it's turned off despite the fact that I love that item. It's funny how my character picks up like things that I hate, like a tropa, or pretty much things that I never use, like a tropa, and it doesn't pick up things that I love, like Immolation or Curer. Like I had to go into my RC file to auto pick up Curer. It was kind of messed up because it seems that you cannot disable picking up darts, specific kinds of darts like Atropa or Datura, the ones that check your stealth skill. Even on a character like my previous character, the Cobalt, never threw one of those special darts, and it's like silly because those kinds of darts are like the kind that is supposed to be good with what my character was doing before I stopped doing it because it was such a bad idea. Um, and yeah, I just never found I did find them, but it took me quite a while. And also I didn't really train a lot of throwing because I found my Datura and Atropa darts like super late in the game. So at that point I was already doing something completely different, and I didn't want to train some throwing to be able to take advantage of those kinds of darts. Um, Okay, I would rather not die to that. I feel like I was taking a lot of damage quite quickly there. What's your chance of paralyzing me? 17%. That is not nice. A warlord. As long as it's alone, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. It's still kind of bad, but not that bad. Vampiric flail. Not what I want. Give me a good old um, Give me a good old demon trident, please. Any second now, I would appreciate it. Um, how do we get rid of this annihilator? I am just going to use Ice Blast actually, because Ice Blast won't miss. Oh, it didn't die to it. It is almost dead. Maybe one more try. Okay, I can take the self damage. It is lame, but it's much better than getting hit for an iron shot for like 80 damage, which is a very real thing that can happen to you if you underestimate one of those guys. That reminds me that I can probably do elf with this character actually. It might not be a terrible idea. Ouch. Yeah, that's kind of lame. Again, this time it missed. What do you have? I wish I could see what weapon you have. You have an arbalest, obviously, but what else? And it is not slowed from Curer. That was tricky. Um, yeah, that was quite a dangerous situation. Quite scary. Boss 1 is often a very dangerous place to be in. Like, usually, Boss 1 is probably one of the hardest levels in the game at all. Or, like, when you take into account all of the levels of the game, Boss 1 is usually one of the hardest up past the early game. Like, I feel like I have my rune and I am very happy with my rune, and I go into Bolts 1 and Bolts 1 just like destroys me, just like it has been destroying me right now. Probably I should do other things, like maybe get some more lesser servants and that kind of stuff. Can hit me for 30. Hmm. No more heal wounds. I'm gonna read teleports. Yeah, this is looking like a huge bolt that I probably should ignore. Because of the way that I'm getting into fights. Like, it's designed to trap you with the Bolt Warden, and this character cannot really do that unless the Bolt Warden is alone and slowed from Curer and very far away, so I can like stack on the poison from Toxic Radiance. Let's read this. Okay, take 2 damage. That is not bad. Okay, we just killed that guy, but I'd rather just like teleport before the warden comes back. Yeah, I am like as soon as we find a demon trident or like a decent polearm that I actually want to use, that is a one-handed polearm, of course. The character gets much better because I not only do I get access to like all my scrolls of enchant weapon that I haven't used, I also get access to the shield of cold resistance that I've been carrying since so early into the game, and that is going to make my character significantly tankier. Um, in that aspect, this character that I currently have is very similar to the Kobold. The Kobold also didn't have a good shield until much later in the game, when it got a buckler, and then it's a buckler. You know, it's barely a shield. That definitely looks nasty. Um, I have 3 Fogun now. I could probably use one of those to break line of sight of these guys. I could also read summoning. So far, it's going pretty well. Seems that these guys are actually like winning the fight. Until they stopped winning the fight. So now it's time for me to get out of here and wait out the corrosion. So there was a warden here, wasn't it? I need to take care of the warden. Like, I need to be very careful around it. Ooh, a spear of venom. Yeah, I wish I had gotten that much earlier in the game because it's a pretty good item, but it's not an item that you want to be using at this stage of the game. Oh, I remember this bolt. I've died in this bolt before, actually. I'm pretty sure I have. Why is there a D6 skeletal warrior? Yeah, it is because it's 0.27. That kind of thing straight up didn't happen in 0.26, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, it really sucks that the out-of-depth monsters are so crazy in this version. But at least they are ignorable. Like you can actually just like leave the level and go for the next one. And unless you happen to get extremely unlucky and you get like 3 or 4 levels with crazy out-of-depth monsters, like this character actually, you should be fine. But as for this character, I feel like I got lucky because the out of the monsters were among the last monsters that I found in any given floor. So it was not that terrible for me. I was able to reap a lot of the experience from the floor before I had to leave it. Okay, no banishment. Oh, it's immediately recalling. Which reminds me that I have not bought the file of slots, and I need to do that. So as soon as I can get out of here to go buy that, I should. Um, okay, that is perfect. That is exactly what I needed. Please do it again. No? Wow, this guy is just destroying me. Look at that. 35, 34, 35. Like, what is variance? What is evasion? The answer is evasion is a placebo. Evasion is not real. Um, 2 pips of willpower. Maybe I can paralyze it. Let's see what that does. 41%. Okay. Yeah, edge of line of sight Yogg-Tor captains are no joke. They are like probably among the most dangerous enemies in the whole game. Oh no, that's really messed up. Evasion is real just over the long term. Evasion is an excellent defense until it isn't. Yeah, for sure. Um, they found you because you had to kill things with a ballistomy set and they were wandering, and that makes a lot of noise. You retell it with low HP and then landed next to a bullfrog which managed to kill you. Man, that sounds like it's just a string of misfortunes with you and your characters in this tournament. I insist that I am siphoning the luck out of these teams, or out of this team. Let's get a Greater Servant. Okay. Um, I guess I got lucky because it was not an enemy Greater Servant. Please die. Thank you for dying. Um, are you poison resistant? You should be. Yeah, you're a demon. Most demons are poison resistant. I really should get out of here. Um, yeah, if I had an Ignite Poison, I could just press Ignite Poison and go back to like 100 HP. Well, more like 75, considering the nerfs to Makhleb. But since I do not have that at my disposal, maybe the correct thing to do is to use Tin of Tremor Stones. They don't have that much armor class, so I'm going to go for that, which achieves a similar purpose. So I gained back some HP from Makhleb. Of course, it's like nothing compared to what I used to gain from Makhleb. Um, I really should read Magic Mapping. That looks like a place where monsters would be. I'm gonna go in here. Oh no, we're gonna re-teleport. Fingers crossed for landing in a place where I can actually heal. Alright, and I can also go upstairs. Or not. Okay. Still on the lookout for Ignite Poison. I wonder if I already have it and I just haven't noticed. Nope. Still no Ignite Poison. Plate of Willpower. I wonder if that is the key to my success with this character. It certainly does fit like the whole bill. Um, it is better armor, more. It is heavier, and it gives me like the ability to use my scrolls of enchant armor on it. So I'm going to fully explore this room, and then I'm gonna switch to the plate of willpower, and let's see how much that messes up my toxic radiance. 16% is not terrible. I think we can manage that. And I think now the correct thing for me to do is to read a bunch of enchant armor on this plate of willpower. I think that is exactly what I'm going to do. That leaves me without poison resistance, however. But fingers crossed for finding a helmet or cloak of poison resistance at some point in the game, or boots of poison resistance. I could also use those. Um, I guess for now, let's go back to that because it gives me more slaying. And now my goal should be getting out of here so I can go and enchant the plate. -3 armor is not nice. It's probably one of the greatest weaknesses of the Merfolk. But Merfolk has plenty of strengths. Very excellent aptitude on pole arms, like is probably the most noticeable of his strengths. Best weapon aptitude of any character or of any species in the whole game is crazy. I guess that is compensated for the fact that they don't really have access to good one-handers reliably until much, much later in the game when you start seeing demon tridents. You have to roll with a halberd or a glaive for quite a while. Um, let's go back to fighting. No, maybe let's get spellcasting. 12 and 12 for Toxic Radiance. Maybe 11 and 11 will do the trick actually, but for now let's set it to 12 and 12. Wow, we're getting back to the point in the game where I was before, where every fight is a terrible fight, which usually is a very good indicator that I am doing something that I shouldn't be doing. Okay, I got lucky with those dodges, by the way. Four dodges by 4 dodges on these dire elephants, thanks to my 33 evasion, courtesy of Acrobat. Okay, that was pretty tense. So yeah, I really do need to get out of here. I've been thinking of doing Elf, and probably it is a correct choice to do Elf. I have good resistances for it. I have all the resistances that I would need, and I also have Toxic Radiance, which happens to be extremely good for Elf. So I'm probably going to do just that and hope for a Demon Trident or some shops or maybe some Scrolls of Acquirement or Wyrmbane. I could hope for Wyrmbane. I definitely would enjoy having that on this character. I am exploding. Yeah, this character sometimes explodes out of nowhere. But soon we are going to remediate that by actually getting a lot of armor class. Hmm. There is a frost heart within my or in my screen. That is always a terrible thing to see. Um, are you still mighty? You are. Fortunately, the mighty one is not next to me, so I think I can re-teleport. Oof. This character has had lucky teleport after lucky teleport. Oh man, I really want to get out of here. There's a lot of things that I have to buy after I get out of here. Okay, I'm not too afraid of the Thunder Hulk because for once I actually have resistance to electricity. So even if they decide to do their thing, they are not gonna make me explode. Okay, upstairs. So let's just go ahead and take them. Let's get out here. And this is Bolts 1 again. So let's go and pick up my enchant armor. Gonna use one of those and the ones that are here. Okay, so I guess it's time to get rid of this. It was useful while it lasted, but fortunately I got something better. So we're gonna use something better. Um, enchant armor on the plate. Okay, 29 armor class. So probably I can get rid of the halberd as my main weapon, and I can use a glaive now. Um, and it's time for me to go do elf. Have I not found elf? Oh yeah, because there was Saint Roca in Orc 2, and I never completed it. But I think now, with the amount of HP that I have, I can actually like stand a chance against Saint Roca, even if it decides to smite me, um, pretty much every turn. Mm, imagine if there had been a demon trident in here, I would have been annoyed, mildly inconvenienced, probably is the correct term. So yeah, now I can actually fight you. There water here? Oh, there was a lot of water. Okay, so I can lure you towards the water. It's okay to get smitten a couple of times because by the time I get to the water, I'm probably gonna be back at full HP. I give up. You're done with crawl for the day. It is understandable. So I guess you can just enjoy the stream for a while. I hope you have better luck in the future. Do you have poison resistance? Because I hit you. Oh, you do. Look at that. All right. Well, that's a good thing to know. Probably something that I should have thought of before um, starting to throw darts. Anyway, this water lets me rest to full HP without Saint Roca being able to do anything. I wonder if it returned to the vault. Yeah, it was going back to the vault. Okay, get over here. Net, glaive, net again, glaive. Yeah, look at that. It was going crazy with its smites. It pretty much only hit me once, but with smites alone, it almost like dropped me to no HP. Still no Demon Tridents, but now I can go into Elf. I didn't really have to do Saint Roca, but it's late in the game, and I'm not that much of a fan of nets later in the game. I'm okay with using them. With not having nets anymore. Nets are definitely not like Scrolls of Blinking in the sense that they are an essential consumable that if you don't have, you're probably going to die. Um, it was a bit surprising that I was just failing to hit that deep elf knight at all. Okay, everyone dead because they are elves and they don't have armor class. Mm-hmm. Okay, still no blink, right? Yeah, I mean, I am okay with not having blink on this particular character because I already have it from an evocable. You still can't play anything non-spellcaster. Yeah, it seems that, well, unfortunately, 0.27 slowed down the game a lot. So if you want to play a fast character, like, there's no real fast character anymore, apart from like Minotaurs and like the things that I've already done. So yeah, it's kind of rough on that regard. Okay, Nicola with the chain lightning. I take 24. Okay. I had heard good things about new chain lightning. 24 past resistance to electricity fits the narrative. 31 now. Do you have? Oh! On one hand, it's bad, but on the other hand, it's actually pretty good that Nicola happened to get poison resistance this time because I can get that for myself. All right, we got an executioner. We are going to read silence now. I was told there was a new absolute lightning zero. Yeah, it's called Maxwell's something. Maxwell's yeah, I really don't remember what it is, but it's a Maxwell's spell. It's pretty cool. Um, wow, this executioner is just murdering everyone. Oh, it went away. It's fine. It lasted for like 3 turns, but it did what it should have done, what it was supposed to do. Let me word this for more armor class and poison resistance. And we are in a pretty good stuff. Maxwell's capacitive coupling. Yeah, there it is. Very hard to remember that if you haven't seen it in game, and I haven't seen it or used it in game. Takes a couple of turns to charge, but then it just like insta kills something, which I personally like the flavor of a lot. Yeah, it's a level 8 air school, and only air. But it is a very powerful spell. Mm, okay, yeah, going and doing elf seems to be the correct choice so far. I haven't gotten into any terrifying situations in elf, unlike in bolts. Like in bolts, every fight was life or death fight where I had to use consumables. If like as a general rule, something that I can recommend you that actually would also help me if I kept it in mind, but I for some reason keep forgetting about it, is that if you are in a new branch and you get like 3 fights in a row where you have to use consumables, you shouldn't be there. You should go do something else. Like there's always alternatives, unless it's like your first rune. that's one of the parts of the game that I like the least. The fact that the layer branches are usually so difficult, and it's between one very difficult layer branch or another very difficult layer branch. And if one of them is difficult, usually the other one is also very difficult. Um, yeah, it's very rare that one of them is actually like easy and the other one isn't. Um, let's go back to fighting, or maybe I could start preemptively training for the shield. I think I'm gonna do that. Preemptively training for a shield. Something that you're always told not to do, but I'm gonna do it now. Fingers crossed for a Demon Trident or Wyrmbane, or like if we get extremely lucky, Rift. I guess I would also be okay with like Finisher or the Sight of Curses, but if I had to choose, I would definitely take a one-hander. By any logic, any win with sticks to snakes doesn't count. You have mixed feelings about because getting rid of Absolute Zero kind of invalidates the victories in which you use the spell. Yeah, what Star Polemic said pretty much. It is okay. You just happen to make use of the tool when it was in the game, and now that it's not in the game anymore, you don't have to worry about it. If you want to talk about wins that shouldn't count, I have a win with the Uber Squeeze bug for Octopus. I actually have two now that I think about it. So in case you don't know, Uber Squeeze was a bug where during 4 days, Octopus Squeeze dealt 8 times the damage that it was supposed to do. 8 times the damage. 8 times the damage. It was absolutely insane. Um, and obviously it got quickly reverted. It lasted 4 games in the game, or 4 days in the game. 4 days, and I got 2 wins with it. It was fun, but they are definitely what I would consider to be invalid wins. Later in my crawl career, I went and I actually won like honest. Honest octopodes, like actual octopodes without the bug. But I did have fun with the bug while it lasted. They should do that again. By any logic, any win with sticks to snakes doesn't count, or any of the high scores in 0.21. Oh, because they all use regen and a bunch of extremely good spells that have since been removed from the game. Yeah. Ooh, an Evening Star of Freezing. That's not what I want. Um, we kind of made it explode. I am a huge fan of the fact that I have 32 armor class now. Yeah, just like 32 armor class without having to use my halberd of protection. And I am doing the Hollow Blades, not because I am hoping for a Demon Trident, because I know that it cannot generate here, but to see if there's like a good glaive or something that I can have in the meantime. But there was nothing. There was an Evening Star and a Triple Sword. Those are the rare ones that we got today. Mm. Yeah, we haven't really, like, I guess a Trident of Venom, but should I use a Trident of Venom? No, I'm really thinking about it. Maybe it is the correct choice to use a Trident of Venom with this character, and to use a shield, of course. No glaives, no halberds. Yeah, no glaives, no halberds. Truly a tragedy. Um, okay, the bolt is right here, and there also happens to be a shop. Let's go check it out. Fingers crossed for a Demon Trident. Weapon shop, so we are having a good start. Oh man, why do weapon shops generate with like quarterstaffs and clubs and whips? Like, come on, come on, get better stuff to sell. That A weapon shop is like the D1 weapon shop, pretty much. What do you have? Demon Blade. Was so close. So close to being a Demon Trident, but it wasn't. And you have a Kite Shield, so we cannot really throw darts at you. It wouldn't work. I am going to Phantom Mirror you first and foremost. It hastes. My Asterion summons a Green Death. Hopefully the Green Death goes crazy on the enemy Asterion because it doesn't have poison resistance. One of Polymorph, the Demon Sword. I wish, or do I wish? Actually, I don't wish because if you could polymorph items, that brings us one step closer to NetHack, and NetHack is not a nice place. Oh, I copied Asterion's summon instead of copying Asterion himself or itself or whatever it is. We are going to do that, and we're going to do that, and we're going to do this again one more time. It's almost dead. It's almost dead. There we go. All right, look at that. But yeah, still it's a demon blade. It's not a demon trident, which is what we want. Hmm. Nah, I don't need to use immolation for these guys. We can just hold down tab against them. Trident of Venom. Um, Pretty good. We are doing quite well. Okay, time for the bolt. Time for a million elves. Oh, I remembered. It's a miracle. I remembered. Let's go back and buy the file of lots because I'm actually like going to put it to use here. There's a chance that I will get one from doing that, funnily enough. But I might not even get to see if there's one on the other side of the vault if I don't buy the one that is being offered to me right now. So why not just buy it? Let's go back to Elf 3 and time for the bolt. Major just oh wait, Toxic Radiance because I have access to that. Okay, and I think we could use Immolation here. I am surprised that no one just straight up exploded from that because they were all like poisoned. I guess they were not particularly hurt. Major Destruction yet again. Not against an Earth Elemental. Mm-hmm. If I had attraction would be really good here, in my opinion. Unfortunately, I currently do not possess that. Okay, we're gonna use Immolation again. And again, Major Destruction. I like how my HP first goes down and then it goes up after everything starts dying. Um, oh, I'm getting hit by something. Yeah, I was wondering why my HP was dropping so much. That would be why. I didn't notice that dancing weapon. Yeah, I like console, but I wish dancing weapons were more obvious at first sight. Kinda hard um, to actually discern them. They look They look like something that you would see on the floor when it's nothing like that. So yeah, I like taking the fight in Elf 3 like this. I see a lot of similarities between Elf 3 and SOT when you jump on an alarm trap, in the sense that you're gonna pull a bunch of extremely dangerous monsters towards you, and you're gonna have to fight them all at the same time. But by doing that, you just like fight them in a much more controlled and convenient environment for you, and it makes the fight into an easier fight, surprisingly, despite the fact that you're fighting more of those extremely dangerous enemies. Um, Something to think about. Okay. Well, I ran out of Ice Blast, so no more using explosions to deal with these guys. Um, I'm also out of mana. I have 3 potions of mana. I think it's worth to use one of those right now, just to continue using Toxic Radiance against all of these guys. Since they are all weak to poison, might as well exploit their greatest weakness. Double miscast of Toxic Radiance at 6%. Quite unfortunate. Mm, well, that Ring of Resist Corrosion, I think I don't have that, so I'm gonna keep that ring around. The other one that I picked up, yeah, I don't care about this, and I don't care about this. I can also lose the Ring of Strength for a better ring. Okay, 12 shields. We are almost at the point where it doesn't have any penalties at all. There is a lot of experience in this place. Score of acquirement, let's read it. Evening Star, come on. It could have been a Demon Trident if you were going to pick an extremely rare weapon type. Why give me an Evening Star when I have one on the floor? Everything here is trash. I don't even want to acquire anything. I want to angrily drop the Scroll of Acquirement on the floor, actually, because of how bad it is. That was a huge disappointment. Even the gold is like bad. It's like almost no gold. It's like 300 gold or something. Um, Werbloth. I think I might be interested in that. Still no Ignite Poison. It doesn't seem to be the case. Ignite Poison is so rare nowadays. Mm, A Kite Shield of Fire Resistance. Well, the one that I have is Cold Resistance. I already have 2 pips of Fire Resistance, so I'd rather go with the one that gives me Cold Resistance. I think I'm just gonna go back to the Scroll of Acquirement and actually read it for gold. And leaving that aside, there's not much else here that I want to pick up that I haven't already done, that I haven't already picked up. So yeah, let's go back and read this for money. 323 gold pieces, tragic. Um, with that being done, let's go back and buy that ring. And we can replace that ring for the Ring of Strength. We are going to lose some strength and therefore damage and evasion. But we are going to gain a lot of evasion from the fact that it gives me 4 evasion, right? Yeah, I think I actually gained 1 evasion. And yeah, 5 slaying, 7 intelligence. Not bad, not bad at all. It perfectly counteracts the loss of strength, which would also make it a bit harder to cast Toxic Radiance. Um, okay, and considering how now I have Slaying, it might not be a terrible idea to go pick this up, this Trident of Venom, and wield it and get rid of these two items and wear the shield. And now I should be much tankier compared to how I was before. I have that helmet too, and now that I have so much slaying, I have 7 slaying. I wonder if it's okay for me to wear the helmet. It gives me resistance to corrosion, and it also gives me willpower. And 3 intelligence also helps cast Toxic Radiance, so I'm not going to say no to that. I think I'm gonna wear the helmet. Like, that greatly reduces the possibilities of me getting destroyed by paralysis or something that should have been prevented by one source of willpower, but just won't because I will get unlucky. So let's do that. It also happens to give me 2 more armor class, so it's not that terrible, even if it does decrease my damage a bit. I think the greatest issue here when it comes to damage decrease is the fact that I'm going to be using a trident. So I went from using a glaive to using a thing that has base damage of 9, so it's not that good. But not much that we can do about it. And maybe this time we can actually go back to Swamp and get the second rune. Okay, it's looking pretty good, let me tell you. Yeah, maybe I should have gone this, or maybe I should have gone for this in the first place. But I think it's only been possible because of the Trident of Venom that I just found, and I guess also the many slaying items that I have gotten. I didn't have enough money for the ring of 5 slaying, and I only just acquired the amulet of slaying recently, so I was unable to wear the helmet. Uh, uh, so yeah, I guess the difference between having no shield and actually having a shield is like night and day for melee characters. And if you want to play a melee character, you probably should go for fresh shields. That's probably how it is in Crawl nowadays. Like, take a look at this. This is Berserk Donald. It's pretty much Berserk because it's fast and strong. It doesn't have the extra HP, but it is fast and strong. And it I took no damage. I straight up took no damage. It is astonishing how much of a difference having a shield makes in Modern Crawl. Oh, a Vampire Knight. I am very glad that I decided to buy the extra willpower. You prefer using a shield on your human fire elementalists? For sure. I definitely endorse the use of a shield whenever you have the chance to use one. But still, I need a better weapon. Yeah, this trident is killing things, but it's taking a while. Yeah, I feel confident to say that the character is actually like very close to being great. That's how I would define it. The only thing that it needs now is a better weapon. With a better weapon, I can win the game. Okay, goodbye, Spriggan Berserker. You don't even pose that much of a threat. You are no match for my mighty shield, I guess. And look at my HP, 180. I only have 17 fighting. When with my Kobold, I was entering SOT with that amount of HP. I think. I think I was entering SOT with 180 HP. It is pretty crazy. You prefer to use? Oh, you love to use Phantom Mirror on Lerny. If I get Lerny, I think I won't get Lerny because I got Vampire Knights, and Vampire Knights don't generate in the same endings as Lerny in Swamp. But yeah, I love using Phantom Mirror on Lerny as well. Instead of that, we get a 27-headed Hydra zombie. That shouldn't be that much of an issue. I could theoretically tab it, but I have the Phantom Mirror, so might as well put it to use, you know? You block, you block, you block, you block. The difference between having a shield and not having a shield is all those you block. I guess I only got one, or a couple of them there. I only got like 3. But still. Wow, it's crazy that I was able to fight 2 shambling mangroves like that. Like, this character went from being really weak to actually feeling really strong now. That's a bit dangerous though. This is definitely not my not my best spot to fight. Am I not teleporting? What's up with that? It took forever to trigger. But yeah, that was fine. That was fine. Oh, no wonder there's so many plants. That's like a Fedas ending. Okay, please die, please die, please die. Thank you for dying. 14 shields. We're getting pretty close to not having any penalties on the shield at all. I probably should train for Warblood so I can actually have it available as a thing that I can do. Once I'm done with the shields. So I assume the rune is... Oh, never mind. I thought the rune was going to be there. Potion of Haste. I guess I can apport that because I have that power. You miscast a port. 3 times in a row? 3 times in a row? Who can argue against that? 4 times in a row. Okay, now I'm getting out of there. The rune is right here. Alright. Now I have 2 of them. Bolts again? I think with my current loadout, we should have a much easier time doing bolts. I think it's not going to be remotely as scary as it used to be because now I have a shield. Shields really do feel like a must nowadays. Like if you don't have a shield past a certain point in the game, you're not gonna have a good time. Oh wow, you can poison tentacled monstrosities? I didn't know about that. For some reason I assumed they would be immune, but they are definitely not. And yeah, that Vault Warden that was giving me so much trouble earlier now was like pretty much a joke. It's incredible how much of a difference a shield can make. Because if you think about it, my damage output actually like went down quite a bit. Because I was using a halberd, right, and a glaive, and I switched to a trident of venom. Not even like a highly enchanted one. It's just like a regular +3 trident of venom. But my survivability went up much more than that. A cloak of willpower. I don't seem to have any other source of poison resistance. Kind of unfortunate because I would definitely love to use that other Cloak of Willpower. Is the downside of two-handers too large? I would say without a doubt, yes. I think the downside of two-handers is a bit too much. Okay, we got the Ratskin Cloak. It's pretty much a net upgrade over what I had. because of the rats, and now my resistances look absolutely beautiful. All that's left for me to get is one good weapon, and we are set for the rest of the game. In fact, I think the correct thing to do for this character is to actually go to the depths, try to find some like Hell Knights, and try to get a Demon Trident from there. Maybe even go do the Vestibule of Hell for a better weapon and to enchant, and then I just win the game. That didn't deal a lot of damage, but on the other hand, I was stabbing it, you know. If I had used Cure or something, it wouldn't have dealt any damage at all. Um, 2 scrolls of enchant armor, alright. Cannot complain about those. +9 willpower plate. 37 armor class. Hey, fully trained shields. Let's train this to 6. Wow, they have +3 transmutations. I think some of the previous times where I have done Merfolk, I've done Merfolk statue form specifically because of that +3 transmutations aptitude. Yeah, I would say that the downside of two-handers is like huge. Not having a shield is really, really, really bad. Like, I cannot stress it enough. I think the proper way to express how bad it is to not have a shield is to take a look at how this character was doing before the shield and how it has been doing after the shield. I think like that speaks more than anything that I could possibly say regarding shields. So yeah, I feel like I'm dealing quite a lot of damage, but I would definitely like to get a better weapon. Any second now, all these guys are going to die. There's more. This is like a sneak peek of what slime is going to be like, or more specifically, the fight against the royal jelly, because most of these enemies, even though they are actually like slime enemies, they don't really spawn in this amount outside of the royal jelly fight, and the fact that we were able to just like pretty much hold down tab against them lets me know that the character is in a much better spot than it was before. At the end of the day, the amount of damage that you deal doesn't matter as much as your ability to not die. That is definitely the single most important thing in this game. Sometimes they are related, of course. If you can kill things before they can kill you, which is usually like the troll or the ogre approach to not dying, that is definitely valid. It definitely does work. But more often than not dying involves having resistances and having defenses more than just killing things before they kill you. Or I guess you can be a deep elf with like no defenses and no fighting training, but you happen to have Firestorm by like D15, so you can just like Firestorm everything. That also is a good way to not die, and one that I used to enjoy a lot when deep elves were actually like not a challenge species as they are right now. Back when deflect missiles and like regen and all those very good utility spells were still in the game, deep elves were actually like something that you felt compelled to play because they had access to all of those things like pretty easily because of their great aptitudes and intelligence. But everything that made you want to play a deep elf, in my opinion, has been removed from the game. It is a bit of a shame, in my opinion. Mara, what do you have? Yes! Okay, we got the Demon Trident. Okay, so all that I have to do is lure Mara towards the stairs, poke Mara, and yeah, there we go. Give me that. That is mine. Thank you for keeping it warm for me. So now it's time to read enchant weapon. 8 scrolls of enchant weapon, ready to be used. +9 demon trident. Let's read a brand weapon as well. Oh, okay. I'm not gonna say no to that. So this is like the other side of the coin. Like my kobold went through so much of the game with a garbage weapon, like hoping to eventually get electrocution in his quick blade. And this character that is fine with whatever brand it has, except for like venom and protection, gets electrocution. That's nice. That is beautiful. Yeah, it is unfortunate that my run has no trove. Like 10 heal wounds would have been achievable with stronger loot earlier in the game. Like if what I currently have, I would have had, I don't know, when I had 10 heal wounds, because I did have 10 heal wounds at some point in this game. It's just that they are all gone now. Then I would have been able to enter that trove, but not anymore. Not anymore. And yeah, this now I can win. Like I actually can win now. Let's go do slime, I think. Let's see. I already have everything, so slime doesn't really worry me that much. And I have 3 mutation, so I'm gonna have to like major destruction golden eyes whenever they appear, or not golden eyes, shining eyes whenever they appear on the screen. It's like the biggest priority for me. And like the damage is like night and day. It's so much more damage than anything that I was doing before. It is crazy. And it is great. Yeah, getting to this point with your character is a pretty good feeling. Okay. I'm gonna go down and I'm going to immediately fight the rock slime. It's probably going to push me away from the stairs. Yeah, but we should be okay. We are not doing so well after all. Cool reward. Yeah, thank you for that, OD. What item would you like me to inscribe? I can't do the weapon because the weapon needs to be inscribed with this. By the way, thank you for reminding me of that, but I can certainly inscribe one other item that I have. I have the rat skin cloak. I could inscribe your name in that. Maybe on the +9 plate of willpower, or maybe on the slaying +5 ring. You get to choose. Whatever is strong, you don't care. Okay. If it's up to me, your name can be here. Cool name. This guy is like spanking me all over the place. Rock slimes are hard for your human fire elementals to kill. You read Passage of Galubri with Bolt of Fire. With Bolt of Fire, that doesn't exist anymore. You probably should use least rapid deconstruction, Orb of Destruction, Iron Shot against these guys. Like those spells are pretty good against rock slimes because they have like no evasion, but they are very resistant to pretty much everything. Magma is fine. Just don't swap to gold scales now. Yeah, no gold scales. Yeah, I legit want swap to gold scales. Like these resistances are all that I need, and in fact, swapping to gold scales would be a downside because I would lose the willpower, which leaves me vulnerable to getting hexed and therefore destroyed. And I don't really gain that much in return. Like I gain my third pip of fire and cold resistance, but I don't need those. 2 pips is more than enough to win the game. But yeah, this rock slime is kind of like messing me up. It's ruining my day. Yeah, if I drop below 50, I think I blink to the stairs. No, that's probably a really bad idea. But the thing is that since it pushes me with its melee, I don't think I can safely go upstairs with it next to me. Oh yeah, exactly like that. Major Servant? Greater Servant, rather. Ooh, we get an Executioner. I wonder if it's going to be able to get past its 25 armor class. It is quite a lot. Maybe I should give it a little help with some corrosion. Yeah, just like that. Heal wounds. Ooh, it's getting destroyed by my Executioner friend. Beautiful. Alright. I'm glad that I decided to use Major Destruction. Probably should have done it before. I just didn't think that a single rock slime would be so dangerous. I have 4 magic mapping. I can afford to use one, just so I know exactly where I am. And yeah, yet again, the only thing that's actually dangerous is Shining Eyes. Those are going to be major destruction on sight, which reminds me that maybe I should train more invocations so I can actually like make better use of major destruction. Okay, carefully tabbing, slowly tabbing, because I don't want to be destroyed by, like, I don't know, an enormous slime creature or something. Shining Eye. Did I already get malmutated? Doesn't seem to have been the case. So we're gonna hide behind the monsters so the Shining Eye doesn't malmutate me while we maneuver, making the Shining Eye step closer towards me so we can major destruction. I think we have full line of sight range with major destruction. Okay, we get frail. It is something that I will remove. Oh, are these permanent? Oh wow, I didn't know that the rats from the Ratskin Cloak were permanent. Okay. I wonder if they level up and if they can turn into something more interesting. Returns to the shadows of the dungeon. So they are not considered summons, but they are kind of permanent. That's interesting. That's a weird decision. Why not just make them a summon? That would actually be better because monsters would feel compelled to abjure them, which in turn would prevent them from summoning anything in the first place. So yeah, it was probably made, or it was probably coded like that precisely to prevent monsters abjuring them. Kind of a shame. I don't want to be paralyzed, but it's too far away, and I don't want to make a lot of noise with Ice Blast. Maybe Mind Burst. I don't know. It's immune to Mind Burst. That sucks. Didn't used to be immune to Disintegration. Disintegration was such a great tool for floating ice because they have like no willpower. I guess I can use paralysis or not paralysis. Oh, maybe charming. Yeah, charming is the correct thing to use. All right, get over here. Perfect. That's funny. Maybe we can keep charming it, or I can just kill it. I'm just gonna kill it. Yeah, because I don't have that many charges of charming, and I definitely don't wanna run out of them. I'm gonna read a teleport. I still have 4 of them, just to not have to fight the royal jelly in that situation. It was right next to me. Okay, a bunch of items. Condenser Bane, that's nice. I don't have that. A lot of money. Manual of Necromancy, I don't care about. Double Potion of Haste. Not gonna say no to that. A bunch of rings that I have not identified yet. Enchant Armor, a rune. Not bad loot. Okay, pretty decent loot, not gonna lie. Strangely slime-free stone wall with strange lights twinkling within its airy confines. Mystical runes are scattered across its surface, seemingly referring to a royal jelly. I like the flavor of those walls. In general, I like flavor and crawl. I feel like it adds a bit if you take your time and look for it. So first of all, this, and then torment, and then immolation, and then we are going to use major destruction because we can. It's like aim it in the general direction. Wherever would hit it would hit the most enemies. Okay, you have inner flame, so I'm just gonna retreat and let the hell rat do its thing. Just like that, your hell rat explodes. And then again, big damage, everything is blowing up. Royal Jelly hasn't died just yet, it's almost dead. So we can probably finish the job with major destruction. Still almost dead, crazy. It's all the way over there. It's not even fire resistant, and it already got hit by like 2 bolts of fire, and it hasn't died yet. Wow, the bolt of lightning hits the royal jelly but does no damage. That is crazy. It doesn't have resistance. It doesn't have that much armor class either. Why didn't it die? One last time. Perfect. Beautiful. Yeah, it was only a bolt of fire, like a straight up a bolt of fire. I was thinking maybe we got like road of explosions effect. I don't know if that's like a thing that can happen. Probably not. But that reminded me of the old road of explosions thing that existed in the game. It was like pretty much an experience evocable before experience evocables were a thing that had an ability that was a bolt of fire, but everything that it hit, it also created an explosion. It was pretty fun, and I thought that I had gotten just that, but it didn't seem to be the case. It's almost dead. Please die. Thank you for dying. 2 rock slimes, however. They are pretty hurt. We might be able to kill them. Okay. The one that I have closest to me, it's like barely hurt. That's really not good. Okay, I'm gonna use major destruction. Even if I get an explosion, which hasn't happened yet, we should be able to survive it, like with no big, or like with very little damage, because we are extremely resistant to everything. So I think I've been killing myself with major destruction. It does cost 6 HP, so it's not something that we can really use a lot of, unfortunately. I don't think I died to this rock slime because of my defenses, so I'm gonna read a teleport, and then I'm gonna walk away. That's fine. Teleport next turn. Perfect. Lucky teleport. I probably should not even have tried to do that for so long. I probably should have teleported much earlier. But whatever works, you know? Whatever works. Yeah, the rock slime summons suck. They suck so bad. They're like super evil. It costs 10 HP to summon an ally, so I'm not gonna do that. I think I'm gonna start to blink because I have no HP to be able to kill the rock slime. I just don't deal enough damage to it. It is the very peculiar enemy that has a ton of armor class and resistance to electricity, so it's actually like really hard for me to hurt it. with my melee. I would have to use acid. But then again, I'm kind of low on acid. I'm starting to worry about what I'm going to do for SOT. Maybe I can hex it. I probably should have tried to do that before. 41%. It's not gonna work and I'm gonna explode. So before attempting it, I'm gonna blink far away from it. Mm. Took 4 attempts, but we got the paralysis. And it dies. Okay. Please let me regen to full HP. In fact, I'm gonna drink ambrosia because I'm that worried. Okay, the game is definitely not um not letting me regen to full. But with 100 HP, we should be fine to survive everything because the character is like ridiculously tanky now. Like I cannot stress how tanky the character has become. Mm. Okay, I have frailness. I'm going to get rid of it as soon as I get out of here, in case it wasn't obvious enough. It's just that there's no sense like getting rid of my mutations when I am in slime and I am likely to see more shining eyes that can give them back to me. But yeah, rock slimes are like probably the most dangerous thing in slime nowadays. They are designed around being like kind of an in between like in between, the bad slimes, like the slime creatures and stuff, and the really dangerous ones like the sur jellies and the acid blobs. But in my opinion, the tankiness and the fact that they are fast, they trample, and they deal so much damage with their melee attack, in addition to them being very resistant to fire and very resistant to electricity as well, makes them like probably the most dangerous thing in slime. And if they are not supposed to be the most dangerous thing in slime, they should be nerfed because they really do counter most characters that get to this point, which is not something that acid blobs or sur jellies do. Yeah, as you can see, like this character killed a bunch of Azure Jellies and Acid Blobs, and it was not particularly dangerous. But the rock slimes, every time I saw a rock slime here, things went bad. Yeah, it's crazy how powerful rock slimes are. I think I already. Oh, never mind. I haven't picked up everything that I want. We're gonna do that, and I think we are good to go. I think I already picked up everything that I wanted from here. Oh, there was another scroll of enchant armor. I actually do want that. We are going to enchant the boots. You agree because rock slimes are resistant to fire. Yeah, no bias here. No bias from Mr. Railbird. ZQ. What is ZQ? Um, a staff of her. Hmm. A potion of 3. No, I think I'm good with the items that have generated here. I think I already picked up everything that I wanted. And yeah, at this point in the game, I don't really need that many things anymore. Like this character is still not as good as my previous Merfolk Gladiator, unfortunately. But it is pretty good in its own right. Like it's already good enough to win the game. I just have to not mess up. Um, and stay as far away from rock slimes as I can. Is that an enchant weapon scroll? A bit too late for that because I already have it at +9. Now I'm looking forward for one more enchant armor to fully enchant my gear. And it's very rare that I have fully enchanted gear, That kind of thing doesn't happen that much to me anymore. Now that I've been like able to win more more of a wide variety of characters. Like I've won characters where by the time the character is done, like by the time I am standing on the stairs of Sod 1 or on D1, I'm like that character was not that good of a character throughout most of the game. Um, and some of that has to do with the fact that it just doesn't find good loot every now and then. Or maybe it does find good loot and I just don't use it, which I would like to say that it was the case with the Kobold that I recently won, because the Kobold had better options that it could have taken, a better skilling routing. Like I had statue form since like super early in the game, and I decided not to use it. And I would say that was without a doubt serious mistake. I like how this bolt is so dangerous that it has two runed translucent doors. It's like, don't go in. That is going to kill you. But I'm going to go in because I have Condenser Vein. And I also have this. And I have very great resistances, so I'm not too afraid of all these guys. I wish I had gotten better clouds. Acid would have been exquisite for the Lich, because the clouds of negative energy that we got do nothing against the multiple undead that are in there. Are you going to try for 15 runes during the tournament? Probably, probably. Maybe with the Barachi, I'm gonna go for 15 runes. Um, there's a lot of things in there. If I had more immolation, this would be a good time to do it or to use it. I like how the Juggernaut is just like lightly drained and lightly wounded from being in clouds of negative energy for so long. It's like it doesn't even care. Oh, I had Toxic Radiance. I really should use it because the things that are vulnerable to being drained are also vulnerable to Toxic Radiance, so we can kill them faster. The Juggernaut poison slow drained. That's more like it. Okay, no longer poison, no longer slow, only drained. You block the Juggernaut attack. The Juggernaut's attack times 2. That is very worthy of recognition because I don't like the horns. I don't like the horns at all. We're gonna get rid of them. Perfect. Okay, and Shoutitis doesn't do anything. Shoutitis, yeah, itis is supposed to be. It's not itis, it's itis. Um, it's just that in Spanish it's supposed to be pronounced itis. So like something like peritonitis is supposed to be pronounced like that in Spanish. But in English, I assume that it's something along the lines of peritonitis, if the word even exists in English. But I'm pretty sure it does because those kinds of medical terms, like they are almost universal, I would like to believe, or at least from what I've read on the internet. Um, I find them to share the same words as in Spanish. A caravan. Oh, Frederick with a +4 demon trident. Well, now that I have my own demon trident, everyone has their own, right? No demon tridents for me before depths, but now in 3 levels of the depths, I've already found 2 of them. It's just a joke. I actually don't mind, obviously. Hipster, yeah. Okay, where could the thing be? I'm pretty sure this is the entrance to Pandemonium. So the caravan is probably, well, it's either here or down there. I don't know which one to explore first. I'm gonna go down. Or I guess I can wait until I get a message, and then I'm gonna know. Okay, I am not afraid of you. We can just poke you to death. When you have the option to open the trove, do you wait until you open the most treasure bolts? What do you mean by treasure bolts? But anyway, when it comes to a trove, sorry, it depends on what the trove asks me to pay for. Like if it's super early in the game and I have like if it asks me for like 10 scrolls of teleport and I have 12, I don't think I would do it because it would leave me with too little. But if a bit of the game passes and I find that I have 17 teleport, then I would definitely do it. On the other hand, if it's a trope that asks me for +2 ice scales, and I don't have the need to use them, I would definitely pay for that trope. It all depends on like the situation that your character is in. And a trope can be a very significant power spike that you should not underestimate. So if you can afford to pay for a trope, you should probably go in like immediately. Enchantress Band could be complicated. The Enchantress didn't die, obviously. Wow, that's some pretty good fairy scales. The unability to teleport is really bad, but the rest of the armor is amazing. Um, Defender will die on its own. I dropped all my wands right before going in, but as I was going to go in, these Spriggans snuck up on me. I guess we can do this. I don't think she has. No, she does have. No, she doesn't have poison resistance. Okay, that's perfect. So I'm gonna keep doing that then. Still no ignite poison. It's such a shame that it's such a rare spell. Like treasure rooms in elves and slime. Oh no! When it comes to actually being able to do those, usually by that time I'm just like powerful enough to win the game. More specifically for slime, but for elf, usually you can get away with doing it while still being a flawed character. So what I usually do is just like go into the trove as soon as I achieve the conditions to be able to do it. If paying for the trove will not leave me significantly weakened, even if I was to not get anything from the trove. Those are kind of the rules that I follow when it comes to tropes. Maybe one of these has what I want: ignite poison. Nothing. Irradiate. I don't think I care. Like really, the only spell that I want with this character is ignite poison. Um, Maybe blink as well, but blink is much lower in the priority list than ignite poison. Maxwell's capacitive coupling. There it is, the Maxwell's instant kill spell. And yeah, nothing there for me. Such a shame that I got a bookshop and it didn't give me ignite poison. Like, shame. Gonna buy the blinking. Gonna buy the teleports. Gonna buy the magic mapping. Gonna buy the silence for sure. But that's it. I don't need the enchant weapon anymore. Render drink. I think I may want to buy it. I'm gonna put it in the wish list because it's no, I can just buy it. Okay, it's bad. We are gonna drop it. Silver javelins, but I'm not raining throwing, so we're gonna leave them there, and that's probably it. So from this place, we already bought everything that I wanted, right? Yeah, we got some lackluster loot here. Let's read the acquirement. Manual of Invocations. I'm gonna get that. I could have also gotten the money, and I would have gotten back more money than I paid for the scroll, but I don't need the money anymore, and I want more invocations because I'm going to be using that as my ranged capabilities apart from Toxic Radiance. You tend to wait because you think tropes tend to generate items that you have not seen. Yeah, they place 16 items based around acquirement an acquirement formula, and acquirement tends to give you items that you have not seen yet. Which is why I got surprised that I got an evening star from the acquirement much earlier in the game, when literally the level before I read that scroll of acquirement, I have seen an evening star. But yeah, that was a bit surprising. And acquirement, or rather, tropes use that formula. But the thing is that if you want to use a trope at all, you are probably missing items anyway. And I think that if you can go in, there's no need to be greedy and wait until you have seen more items, because you might not get to the point where you see more items at all. You know, you might as well take what you have right now while you have it. Um, I should really go back and buy those. Immolation. I've had like several situations already where I'm like, oh, I wish I had immolation. Okay. So yeah, this is looking like a win, not gonna lie. The only way for me to die is to get like robbed again. Let's see, what's the chance of getting paralyzed by like Dreadlich? Those are the ones that paralyze. 3%. So I have a 3% of getting robbed every turn I spend next to a Dreadlich. Um, Fingers crossed for that not happening, of course. It would be quite depressing to lose two Merfolk Gladiators that are pretty powerful in a row, pretty much, to such low chances, you know? You keep splatting as Cobalt Wujian, high armor class non-sleepy targets. Yeah, did you see my the video on demand? Cobalt Wujian? Because it's precisely that, and I was also having a lot of issues with that character. I even talked about how maybe the correct thing to do with that character was to not go the route that I took, um, and maybe the correct thing to do was to go statue form. You'll watch the video on demand later tonight. Yeah, it might help you if you want to see like a run of a stabber that mainly sticks with stabbing throughout a significant part of the game. Though I have to tell you that by the end of it, I was like already on my way out from stabbing. Like I was actively looking for something to do other than stabbing. Um, that level looks extremely nasty. I might be forced to go down and immediately teleport away. So I can do it, might as well do it. We landed in a nasty spot. Is that a rock slime? Oh no. And yeah, this is a bit of a ridiculous situation. Maybe let's re-teleport again. A floating eye. Is it focused on me? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not focused on me. Gonna read Fogu to prevent it from focusing. Maybe I should evoke Blink. Okay, that was great. Perfect. I'm just gonna go down. See you around, dude. I don't have to deal with that kind of negativity in my life. Like that level just looked like monster spam because I teleported 2 times and the 2 times that I teleported landed next to a million monsters. So yeah, I would rather just skip that because it would take me forever. It would actually be dangerous because of the high amount of monsters, and I don't need the experience or the loot or anything anymore to win. I just need to go to SOT 5, pick up the rune and win the game. I would like to clear a path from here to here. Because if I get like mesmerized or like if I have to deal with all that garbage on the way up with the orb, that is not going to be nice. I probably should read magic mapping. Okay, we can kill that. No big deal. Poison is fine. If poison is fine, I might as well like add a sprinkle of toxic radiance. And by the way, I've been miscasting toxic radiance like crazy. Like it has 5% and I miscast it so much. Like look at this. You miscast Tallgrep's toxic radiance. It would be easier if I could stream tiles or if I could stream console, because I would be able to highlight things more clearly for the stream. But I don't mind. It's fine. Okay, most of these guys are gonna die. The few that are not going to are the Ice Dragon and the Fire Dragon, pretty much. Probably I should still try to kill the Iron Troll regardless because it was Berserk. Um, I wish I wish the troll shamans just berserked monsters because it would be much more obvious than they are dangerous instead of the current fast might thing that they do, which is pretty much berserk, but without the changing color of the glyph of the monster. I wonder if I can do some Lua dark magic that I don't know how to do to make it so that monsters that are fast and might get displayed as berserk monsters. Mm, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Mm-hmm. Okay, a bunch of draconians and dragons. You know, the usual. I'm gonna try to kill the golden dragon first because I feel like it might be easier than the bone dragon. Then the red draconian scorcher. There's also a white draconian annihilator. But I have good HP, so I was not too afraid of them. And I also have good resistances, so yet again I was not. I didn't feel like I was going to die. 1% chance to getting hexed. Good to know about it. Ancient Liches and Ziggurat. We don't want to deal with that. I have yet to go into a Ziggurat with this character. I'm kind of relying on a member of my team to do the Ziggurat banners for me, and those are really not my thing. I barely do Ziggurats. Like, it's kind of a special occasion for me to do a Ziggurat. Pretty much the only characters where I do Ziggurats are characters that can do 15 runes, and I don't do many of those. Yeah, I very rarely do 15 runes. Nice torment. Let's go upstairs. Nice torment. Let's go upstairs. I got a bit lucky because the tentacle monstrosity didn't grab me off the stairs. Nice torment. Red Draconian almost dead. I think it was almost dead pretty much off of torments alone because I don't think I did a lot of damage to it myself. I have to say that having one pip of resistance to negative really does help when dealing with shadow dragons and curse toes because they do still hurt, but the death cap drain life has the damage that it deals reduced quite a lot. Okay, let's try to not die. We are going to read, well, first drink heal wounds, which by the way I have 6 of somehow. I started finding a lot of them very quickly in the depths. And we are going to read Holy Word, which I might have a fair amount of. Yeah, that gets rid of the curse though. That's pretty nice. Yeah, it's time for me to be disappointed at the fact that I no longer have Holy Word in a shop. Yeah, we're fine with what we currently have. Let's just win the game. I think I'm gonna skip most of SOT. Yeah, I'm gonna do SOT 1, but I'm gonna skip 2 and 3, and then I'm gonna full clear 4 and 5. Champion of Chaos. It's such a nice title. So yeah, not all dragons are resistant to fire. Some of the late game dragons and some of the early game dragons are actually not resistant to fire. So, or to poison, I mean. Storm dragons are not resistant to poison. Quicksilver dragons are not resistant to poison. Steam dragons are also not resistant to poison. So there is a fair amount of dragons that you can poison. And obviously poisoning those kinds of dragons is a very useful thing. Berserk Shadow Dragon. That is not pleasant. Yes, I don't care about that rat. It became hostile? Oh, because of the... Yeah, because of the toxic radiance, it became hostile. We are going to charm this thing. Alright. The charm strategy is always good to charm any Berserk Draconians that you're fighting against. So I'm going to use the evasion from the Amulet of the Acrobat to kind of ignore the Berserk Shadow Dragon, dig a hole, and get over here and fight in a much more favorable position for myself, fighting only one or two monsters at the same time. That also has the upside of like waiting out the Berserk on the Shadow Dragon. So that went extremely well. I think not a lot of characters could have been able to survive what I just did. But thanks to my current loadout, I was able to just like kind of like ignore most of those guys. Wow, it's like throwing these draconians into the blender. Like really, the damage output that I have with this electricity demon trident is huge. Oh, look at that. That was a lot of poison. I used Condenser Bane and I got Poison Clouds, and I also got a lot of poison from one of those Draconians. Still no Ignite Poison. Yeah, still no Ignite Poison. Nope, no Ignite Poison. I have Wereblood and I have barely used it. I probably should use it more because it heals you a bit whenever you kill things. It also gives you slaying, so it's kind of a useful thing to have. Okay, that electric golem dealt unusually large amounts of damage considering that I have resistance to electricity. Alright. How long have we been going for? 4 hours and 14 minutes. Okay. I have to say that this is not really what I would consider that fast of a character, considering that my first character in the tournament took me less than 3 hours. Still pretty fast for me. So yeah, I don't complain about the pace that I've been having with this character. It's been going quite well. Okay, we get to skip that and let's do it again. And I would have to go through there. That looks like a death trap. So we're not gonna go through. We are gonna try to skip it as much as possible. Okay, Golden Dragon and a bunch of Draconians. We can deal with them, no big deal. Toxic Radiance. Oh, Berserk Golden Dragon could be really bad. I think for that guy, I actually want to use Acid, just to reduce the damage that it would deal to me, and also like make it a bit easier for me to kill it. And wow, so many Berserk Draconians. Let's charm this Black Draconian Monk, 59%. It gets charmed. And it's going to kill most of these things for me until it dies. There we go. It got rid of so many enemies. That went pretty well. I'm gonna use digging again. Oh, look at that. We happen to just get a very convenient elevator right here. I'm gonna go upstairs actually to see where I would land. It's not that good though. What I'm gonna do is exclude that setup upstairs, so I don't go up those when I have to come back. When I go back up, I mean. Okay. SOT 4. This one I'm going to clear. Hopefully it's not too crazy. Charm the Death Cuff. Oh wow! Like, why are things getting berserk so consistently? Like, pretty much as soon as I see a Moth of Wrath, things are going to start getting berserked. I wonder if they were stealthily buffed before 0.27 released, because I don't think they used to work like that. Or at least it never happened to me so consistently. Okay. So far, so good. So how are you guys doing? Have you been playing the tournament? Are you playing right now? Not much to say about this character at this point. To be completely honest, we are on the other. Like, we are good to go. Like, I think it's extremely difficult for me to lose the game at this point. I would need to like make severe mistakes to lose, and like to make a bunch of them in a row, which is not going to happen. Um, Berserkitis is kind of annoying. I would like to remove it. Working on your second rune. Good luck with that. Um, I hope that you can streak so you're free from the curse that is only playing human fire elementalist. I wouldn't be able to do it. How many wins on human fire elementalist do you have already? Okay, I got berserked myself, which is unfortunate because I was already fast and mighty. But sure, might as well take advantage of it and kill everyone. Okay, now let's get rid of that Berserkitis. Perfect. -2 dexterity is a bit of an annoyance. I think I lost one evasion, but it's fine. Okay, I think I want to start training dodging. Yeah, I don't want to get the title for that, but let's train fighting as well. Why not? Not that it matters a lot. Like, this is literally the final stretch of the game. So after you get past a certain point in the game, your skilling really doesn't matter anymore unless you're going for extended. If I'm going for extended, obviously what I train here does matter because the game is not going to be over just yet. But this character really doesn't care about extended. This is not the kind of character that I would try to bring to extended, and much less with nerfed Makhleb. You've only got one win on Gargoyle, but you're trying to win on non-Gargoyle, non-spellcaster characters. This is only one win in the tournament, right? Because I'm pretty sure you've won a fair amount before the tournament and before 0.27 actually. I think I'm okay. I don't think I die to the current situation. Mm, we are going to use acid against that thing before I leave. One more time. Goodbye. Alrighty. Yeah, on the tournament I have 5 wins. Earlier today I got my fifth. After I lost the streak 4, I was a bit tilted and I didn't play for a day. But then I went and I started the Cobalt and I won with the Cobalt, and then we are here with this Merfolk, which is quite probably a winner. It's very unlikely that it will die. So I'm gonna have a streak 2 on the tournament again, and I'm gonna have won 6 of my 9 games in the tournament. No, 6 out of my 8 games in the tournament because I lost 2 games and I have won every game other than those 2 that I lost. Mm. So let's take a look at the layout for the bolts. Oh, beautiful. That is perfect, actually. We had one trap in the lungs, and the trap happens to be an alarm trap. So what we are going to do is jump on the alarm trap and make a run for it outside of the bolt and lure monsters towards a kill hole that I'm about to prepare. Yeah, that's fine. It could have been better if I had made it like one tile wide. But this is correct, I think. That's good enough. So yeah, we're gonna do just that, and it's gonna be excellent. Is this a sod trap? It's an alarm trap. Yeah, for some reason I thought that it would be a sod trap. Okay, that's perfect. We are going to. Are you purple? You're black. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I much prefer it to be black than to be purple because if it was purple, it would get rid of the haste and the mark. And it would make the whole ordeal much more complicated. Wereblood. You miscast Wereblood. A Dreadlich. Okay, so it's time for me to face my fears with the 2% chance to paralyze that this Dreadlich has. At least if I get paralyzed by it, it doesn't have any offensive spells itself, so it can only poke me for 20 damage. With 39 armor class, it's not much that I have to be afraid of. Okay, that's fine. I lost my haste. I probably want to have it back actually. Um, yeah, I definitely want to have my haste and my might back. Mm, just haven't been winning much at all since 0.26. Yeah, the game has changed a fair amount. Um, it has changed, and I definitely have to say that it has become a harder game. Still pretty enjoyable and still pretty winnable, but it is much more complicated to win for sure. Oh, okay. For some reason I thought that I had no more might, but I do. I do have a fair amount of it. You howl as a word blood boils in your veins. Stat rot, weaker. Ooh, that is a stat rot too. Annoying. Berserkitis. I'm gonna have to drink your mutation when we are done fighting these orbs of fire. Um, maybe I should drink my one potion of resistance. Not that I need extra resistances, but they certainly do help when you're doing like a very extended fights like this one. Okay, what do you have today? 2% Petrify, Crystal Spear, the usual. It just shows the strategies you use to take might be tactically unsound, but abusing good skills. You've used Succubus Fridge, Absolute Zero, Ignite Poison, Venom Mage. It's okay to use the things that are good. Like, you just need to know what to do when you don't have things that are good, which might in turn result in less fun games, I have to say, because it depends on how you define fun. I like it when my characters are really powerful and they kind of stomp through the game, but some people might find that to be very unfun in turn, because they feel like there's no more challenge, which is understandable. But it's not something that I particularly share. I feel like having a strong character is kind of like the reward for going through the very complicated early game. And if the early game just keeps extending and extending and extending because your character never reaches the point where it would be powerful enough to be like a pretty good character, that is a bit lame for me, or in my opinion that's not something that I enjoy a lot. It's something that I accept, that it's a part of role and it happens, but I don't have that much fun with characters like that. Yeah, for example, this would be a character that was almost that, except for the fact that I did get pretty powerful at the end. If I hadn't gotten this powerful, like I wouldn't be able to do what I'm currently doing. Like I'm fighting the entirety I'm fighting the entirety of SOT 5 at the same time. Yes, in a controlled environment, but I'm fighting like an extremely extended fight, which is not something that a lot of characters can do. Another Dread Lich. Okay, we can kill it. It summoned a nice fiend. Please don't torment me. Okay. You know what? I have blinking. I don't have to deal with this. I don't have to deal with this kind of negativity. Okay, it's summoned a Tormentor. Maybe we can kill it before the Tormentor torments. Perfect. We did exactly that. You like a mix between the two? The height of fun for me would be getting Ignite Poison and Toxic Radiance and entering mines. Yeah, that was sweet. Like everything died and it was awesome. Oh, you are Berserk. Okay, I am not slow, so we are gonna read another blinking. There's no need to not, or there's no need to like be conservative with blinking. Now that we are at this stage in the game. Um, Charm that. Hit the Guardian. Don't get one shot by the Guardian. It slowed the Guardian, so that's exactly what I wanted it to do. Nothing more and nothing less than that. Dino Tremor Stones. I have HP for Major Destruction, so we're going to do precisely that. Okay, easy peasy. Heal to full. Get rid of some of these mutations. Do I want to keep drinking? I don't know if I like the -4 strength. It nukes. Well, it nerfs my evasion a bit. I'm gonna drink another one. Oh wow, I feel like I didn't gain a lot from that. Okay, that's fine actually. It's not that terrible. I gained 4 shield and I lost 1 tier of stat rot. Can't complain. Now that the rot is gone from the game altogether, the term stat rot will also be obsolete very soon. I don't know how to feel about that because I like that term a lot. I feel like StatRot describes pretty well what you underwent when you had that mutation. So yeah, I can't believe that Venom Mage went from being so bad to being so good to being so bad again. Like it's a roller coaster of feels. At least now they have Sting, which kinda works, but you're not gonna be stinging skeletal warriors or the kind of thing that you would be able to meth ignite poison very early in the game. Yeah, I feel like they need another spell. But on the other hand, I know that they won't get anything because the development philosophy behind the changes to the book starts is that no book start should be able to carry you to a rune, which is personally something that I don't necessarily agree with because a melee character can get carried to its first rune with its starting weapon pretty much. Like melee characters just have much more accessibility and less variance when it comes to their upgrades. They're pretty much guaranteed to find an upgrade very soon in the game. And it's not the same for mages. Like as a mage, as a venom mage, for example, like ignite poison is so powerful and it's so rare that you might go through an entire game without finding it. Yeah, just to exemplify, no ignite poison. And I found several bookshops. I even went into a bazaar and I already have my 3 runes and I didn't find ignite poison. So I don't know. I think some spells are too rare. They are powerful, but they are too rare. And maybe they should be a bit more common. Like what can you do versus white? As a venom mage, you can run away where you can pick up a weapon and try to fight them 1 versus 1. I hope that you don't get too drained, but I don't like it because against whites as a melee character, you have a field day. Like you have just like a picnic, and you get a weapon upgrade. You're so happy to see whites as a melee character. When as a Venom Mage specifically, it's the opposite. You're terrified. But on the other hand, melee characters also have issues with like Orc Knights and stuff like that. And as a Venom Mage, you kind of don't have that many issues because you can just mef it and just like kill it before it even touches you. So I guess different characters have different issues with different enemies. But yeah, let's go ahead and win the game. Let's get that and let's go to D0. Let's kill these guys real quick. A Hell Sentinel. Unlike my previous character, this one, I don't think it will fear Hell Sentinels that much. So I'm going to use Haste. I'm going to use Might. And I'm going to use Greater Servant, because why not? I got an Executioner, which won't be of much help against a Hell Sentinel. You could not reach far enough, that sucks. Easy peasy. Yeah, at this point might as well use everything, right? And this is the level that I skipped. We can use blinking to just bypass it. I'm very glad that I decided to skip this level, because I feel like this level would have taken me more than SOT 5 took me. Yeah, that's how ridiculous that depth level looked like with the very high enemy density that it had. Right, don't do it again and we're cool. Unfortunately, it didn't do it again. Okay, I can just like... Okay, so far so good. We have not seen a single Pandemonium Lord. A couple of angelic beings, but they are like the very weak ones, Scarabs. D2, we are very close to D1. A Hell Sentinel. The stairs are in that direction. So I'm going to read another Scroll of Ogu. And I'm yet again going to use Haste, and I'm going to use Might again. This time we're not going to use Greater Servant, but we're going to use Major Destruction, and we're going to shoot it in the general direction of that guy. It didn't get hurt. Well, I guess I shot acid, and it got hit by the acid, but it didn't really take a lot of damage or get corroded. But yeah, we won with 0 or with 0 Pandemonium Lords. I feel like I got a bit lucky on the orb run. So yeah, that went pretty well. Not gonna lie, I liked the character at the end. The character took a drastic turn as soon as I put on a shield. So that lets me know that in 0.27, if you're playing a melee character and you're not using a shield, you're absolutely insane or a masochist, and you like to like explode every fight. So if you don't feel like that qualifies for what you like to do in the game, wear a shield. That's my personal recommendation. And I know that going forward, I'm gonna try to prioritize getting a shield. Before going through such a significant part of the game using a two-handed weapon. So yeah, that was a pretty good game. Let's go ahead and press upstairs, and I have escaped. And that's 2 wins in a row. Yeah, look at that. That's the win from earlier in the day, actually, right there, number 46. Earlier in the day, I won that character. So that was pretty good. I'll come back tomorrow to play my character of the day. Maybe I will stream earlier and stream late, just like I did today, but I cannot promise. I'm gonna try to stream at least one character tomorrow, and I'm gonna continue trying to like win stuff and keep creating crawl content. So before I let you all go, and before I rest my throat, because I've been speaking for 5 hours and it's kind of starting to hurt, Let me tell you that if you enjoyed what you saw and you're not following, you should consider following. I definitely would appreciate it. And if you are already following, you should consider subscribing. Of course, you don't have to subscribe, but I definitely would appreciate it if you do. So, with that being said, let me see if someone is streaming so we can rate them. Let's see, Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Oh, Brain is playing Crawl with 7 viewers. So we're gonna be raiding Brain. Actually, it seems to be Brain's birthday. So be sure to congratulate Brain on his birthday. Um, so yeah, thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out, and I will see you at a later date, which is probably going to be tomorrow. See you around.